This meeting is called to order. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Boynton Beach City Commission meeting. Today is Tuesday, December 6, 2022, and the time is now 6:02 p.m. Before we proceed, let me remind everybody of our rules of civility and decorum. Members of the commission must first be recognized by the chair and not interrupt a speaker. Public comments must be addressed to the commission as a whole and not to any individual on the dais. Any acts of personal attacks, insults, anything along those lines are strictly prohibited, and disruptions from the audience are likewise strictly prohibited. Should you violate these rules, a warning will be provided, and you may be asked to leave the chambers if they are repeatedly violated. So please govern yourselves accordingly. All right, let's begin today first with the roll call. Madam Clerk, please begin.
Mayor Penserga.
Present.
Vice Mayor Cruz.
Present.
Commissioner Hay.
Present.
Commissioner Turkin.
Present.
Commissioner Kelly.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Our invocation for this evening will be led. I'm going to ask Commissioner Hay to lead our invocation. Oh, so on the agenda, I didn't see one added. So who do we have, Madam Clerk?
We added Reverend Lori Durgan of the minister
Excellent.
at Unity
All right,
Church,
welcome.
Delray.
All right, welcome. So our invocation will be by Reverend Lori Durgan, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Commissioner Woodrow Hay. Let's all stand for the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear God, with grateful hearts, we pray to remember during this precious season of light that we are the light. Divine sparks of the light that shine as compassion, understanding, wisdom, discernment, generosity, unconditional and undeniable love. That divine spark of light that blesses meetings like this, ever reminding us that peace on earth begins in our own hearts. May we always be mindful of the needs of others and how we might best serve. Thank you. Thank you, God. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you to both of you. We're now moving on to agenda approval, additions, deletions, and corrections to the agenda. As for myself, I received a request from our council to remove item 5A. And now I'd like to hear from my colleagues. Let's begin with Commissioner Hay, and we'll go around the dais. Any additions, deletions, or corrections you'd like to propose?
No addition. Are we going to talk about pulling right now or later?
Talk about what?
Pulling items? We'll do that later?
We'll do that later.
Okay.
All right.
No item, no changes.
All right. Vice Mayor Cruz.
No changes either.
All right. Commissioner Turkin.
I have nothing at this time.
All right. Commissioner Kelly.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to add, or not add, but change the future agenda item 13E, and I want to put a date on that. I would like council to be prepared with the necessary covenant documents for the first meeting in January.
First meeting of January. So let me ask council.
Third?
Would that be the third?
Yes.
Yeah, we should be able to get something.
All right. Excellent.
Great, thank you.
I'll be in town.
And was that it, Commissioner Kelly?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. If there's nothing else, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
We
Second.
have a motion. We have a second. I'm not sure where the motion came from. I heard Commissioner Turkin. I heard a second from Commissioner Hay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes. The agenda is amended as discussed. We're now going to move on to number 2. And I see the agenda has been modified a little bit, but this is the period in the meeting where we add any informational items or disclosures from members of the commission. Let's begin in reverse order. Commissioner Kelly. Informational items and disclosures.
I do not have any disclosures. I do, however, just want to, and I'm sure my colleagues will agree, we spent the weekend enjoying the holiday festivities that the staff had put together, and really it was a complete team effort. I saw everyone from, not just our amazing marketing department, but to our administrative staff, just taking charge and being involved. And it was exciting to see everyone come together for that event. So thank you to city staff, of course, to police and fire for providing us with, those services. But it was a great weekend full of fun festivities. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kelly. Commissioner Turkin.
Yeah, just huge shout out to staff. The Christmas tree lighting was awesome. And the parade was awesome as well. So great execution. Thank you guys for what you do.
All right. Vice Mayor Cruz.
I'm just going to repeat the same thing. I mean, it was fantastic events for everybody. My voice is still kind of weird, but the Christmas tree lighting was beautiful. The parade was excellent. We had staff prepare everything to the detail, so definitely appreciate staff for doing all that, and our first responders as well. I do want to congratulate 2 of our police officers here in Boynton Beach for winning Officer of the Month. That was a great honor to have. And we found that out today at a luncheon with the PBA. Sorry, my voice is still, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And Commissioner Hay.
Yes, in addition to what has been said about the wonderful parade and the tree lighting, I would also like to just talk a little bit about the National League of Cities conference that we were at. And Kansas City, Missouri was just outstanding. For the first time in a long time, we had all of our commissioners, the whole council was there. We went to different classes to gain information about what other cities are doing and sharing ideas with other cities and just learning what's new in the law. And I think it was well spent time. I think we should continue to go to those and learn as much as we can. I also had the distinct pleasure today of participating in Shop with the Cop at Walmart. And I tell you, that's always an eventful activity. I had a 9-year-old girl that I had the pleasure of taking that card, and she bought gifts for all 9 of her siblings. I did extend to her a few extra dollars because that I paid for out of my pocket because of that. But just to see the excitement on those kids' faces, and the police department, our PD department was just right on target with those kids. They all seemed so happy. They enjoyed the motorcycle guys put on a performance. They also had an opportunity to see our SWAT truck, and they just had a ball. And we did feed them. But they had a great time, and enjoy these holiday seasons that you have that's coming up. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner. As for myself, I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations to our team, particularly Gabby, Eleanor, Chelsea, Laura, everyone in the events world for putting together both the Christmas tree lighting as well as the parade. You all did a phenomenal job, and also all of the departments who came out, from Parks and Rec to our police and fire, who teamed up to make this a success for everybody. You know, these parades are a source of pride for our community, so thank you for doing that, and I look forward to a better one every year, as you have done. I also want to acknowledge the Gold Coast Band. If you have never heard them before,
Right.
they are phenomenal.
Yeah.
And I wasn't able to make it that night, but from everything I've heard, people didn't want them to stop. So I hope they keep participating in city events, and I hope more people find out about them because they are truly phenomenal. So thank you to Barbara Rubenstein for leading that effort. I also want to acknowledge 2 city employees in particular, and as some of you may know, I've made this a tradition of mine, because success doesn't just come from the top, it comes from all sorts of employees from various departments at all levels. And I received an email from a resident, and I just want to share that with you to show the kind of people that we have working for us. This email is from Billy Cunningham, and he says, I just want you to be aware of two employees, Javaris Pearson and Jeff Shelton, of the city that always went above and beyond for my father as he got older. My dad always spoke of these gentlemen, but I never had the pleasure to meet them until my father passed away. And I happened to be visiting my mother at her house, and they pulled up and rolled down their window and asked where the old man has been because they miss him, and asked if he was the new property owner. I answered that I'm his son and that he passed away. They both were sad, and told me that my dad was a really cool guy and they used to enjoy helping him out when they worked for the city's department that was in charge of the water way behind our house. And now they work the garbage route, and we will miss my father waving at them and offering them a drink when they drove by. They deserve some appreciation and acknowledgement because of their commitment to the city, because not only did they help my dad with the trash often, but they also used to help clean the canal with him, to move the seaweed, and to make sure his seawall didn't cave in. They didn't have to do any of this, but they chose to go above and beyond and to help out their neighbor. I greatly appreciate them, and I know that it would mean a lot to me and to my good father that their deeds didn't go unnoticed. So thank you to Javaris Pearson and Jeff Shelton. We are very proud of you. Thank you. On a personal note, I'd like to disclose with you, because it's a point of pride, not just for myself, but for the city, that I was recently selected, and I just came back from it, by the Bloomberg Harvard organization. And I was selected as one of 25 mayors across the country to attend their program. It was a program between Harvard Kennedy School of Government, Harvard Business School, and Harvard Law School. And what they did was find 25 mayors across the country and equip them with leadership and management skills. So it was a pleasure to be in those classrooms, to learn from those professors, but more importantly, to learn from other mayors across the country, from San Jose, California, to Louisville, Kentucky, to Gainesville, Florida, to see the kind of challenges that they had and what kind of programs they implemented and how they rose from their challenges. So it is a network that I'm happy to be proud of, and a wonderful learning experience to help me become a better mayor. It is not something you go to school for, folks. You learn and you get as much learning as you can wherever you can. So it was an experience that I appreciated. So thank you, everyone. We're now going to move on to community announcements and special events and presentations. The very first announcement being the Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day ceremony. It is hosted by the Boynton Beach Veterans Task Force in the City of Boynton Beach Rec and Parks Department. The ceremony is being held at Tom Kaiser U.S. and Boynton Beach Veterans Memorial Park, located at 411 North Federal Highway, on Wednesday, December 7th. That's Wednesday, December 7th. At 11 a.m. The event is free and open to the public. I hope you'll be able to be there. The second announcement is regarding Oceanfront Bark, Boynton Beach's dog potty on the beach. The event is being held on Saturday, December 17th from 9 to 12 p.m. All right, at Oceanfront Park, located at 6415 North Ocean Boulevard. This is the second of 4 scheduled events being held the third Saturday of each month through February, excuse me. This is again a free event, so I hope you'll come and partake. For all well-behaved, licensed dogs and their owners, dogs will be allowed to be off-leash in a designated fenced area. Parking is free during Oceanfront Bark for all beach patrons from 9 to 12 p.m. Again, that's on the 17th. Here's another event on the 17th that you might be interested in going. The Harvey E. Oyer Park Boat Ramp Ribbon Cutting Ceremony, being held also on Saturday, December 17th, starting at 11:30 a.m. The ceremony is being held to recognize the completion of the boat ramp renovation project and reopening of the boat ramp for the public. Parking fees will be waived on December 17th from 8 to 5 p.m. So I hope you'll come out and join us in those celebrations. And might I say that we've seen those renovations and they are looking fantastic. So thank you to our team for doing a great work. The next item on the agenda is a proclamation recognizing December 2022 as Impaired Driving Awareness Month. The proclamation will be accepted by Tracy Roloff, Executive Director of MAD, Carrie Gale, DUI Project Coordinator at Palm Beach County Victim Services, and DUI Officer Dennis Castro, and also our police chief, Chief DiGiulio. Let me read the proclamation. Whereas the city of Boynton Beach recognizes the importance of honoring those who have been killed or injured in drunk and drug driving crashes as a result of any alcohol or substance impaired driving consequences, as well as anyone who has been emotionally devastated by these violent crimes. And whereas in 2021, Palm Beach County had 2,935 drivers arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol or narcotics. There were 1,087 total crashes, 61 serious injuries, and 35 fatalities, all caused by impaired drivers. And whereas the November through December, which is National Impaired Driving Awareness Month, are the deadliest months of the year for drunk driving crashes. And whereas Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Palm Beach County Victim Services, and Certified Rape Crisis Center and the Boynton Beach Police Department will host a candlelight vigil at the city of Boynton Beach on December 7th to honor victims and survivors. Is that tomorrow? That is tomorrow. Whereas all citizens are urged to join in the local efforts to raise awareness and to honor the lives of those killed or injured as a result of drunk driving, drug driving, or underage drinking consequences. Therefore, now I, Typin Circa, Mayor of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim the month of December 2022 as Impaired Driving Awareness Month. So thank you, everyone. I'd like to call up those individuals I mentioned to accept the proclamation and for a picture. And if you'd like to say a few words, we welcome that.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Gill, and I am the DUI Project Coordinator for Victim Services. Impaired driving continues to plague our communities, robbing innocent people of their lives as a crime that is 100% preventable. In 2017, law enforcement agencies, Palm Beach County Victim Services and Certified Rape Crisis Center, joined together to create the Impaired Driving Death Enhanced Assistance Task Force, also known as the IDEA Task Force. This task force was created as a multidisciplinary unit to provide a coordinated community response to victims of impaired driving crashes. Since the inception of this task force, we have reduced the response time for access to services from 249 days down to 3.5 days. In 2021, the task force provided over 1,000 services to impaired driving victims and survivors, including the inaugural DUI Victim Remembrance Memorial hosted here in the city of Boynton Beach. While the holiday season continues to be the deadliest time of year for impaired driving, Palm Beach County Victim Services, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, the Boynton Beach Police Department, as well as other task force members, joined together to remember victims, survivors, families, and friends at our second annual DUI Victim Remembrance Memorial, which will be held tomorrow here at the Boynton Beach Amphitheater from 5:30 to 7. We would like to invite the Boynton Beach community to join us tomorrow evening and help us bring awareness to this growing problem. On behalf of the Victim Services Director, Nicole Bishop, I would like to thank the City of Boynton Beach for hosting this memorial and the City Commission for recognizing December 2022 as Impaired Driving Awareness Month. Thank you.
All right, I do have a quick question for staff. Do we have this event on the city website? Yes, all right, excellent, thank you. All right, that concludes our announcements, community and special events. We're now gonna move on to public audience. And for those of you that are not aware, this is a time where the public can speak. Each individual is 3 minutes. And please remember the rules of civility and decorum, all right? And we're gonna begin in person, then online. For those of you online, don't forget to raise your digital hands. After the last in-person speaker finishes, that will be the end of all digital hands being accepted. I see one person is already at the podium. Please begin when you're ready.
Thank you, David Katz. On November 10th, I received a call from a number I didn't know. The person did not leave a message. I researched the number. It belonged to Mr. Josman, a candidate for commissioner in District 2. I called it back. We spoke about to each other for 10 minutes. The gist of the call was Mr. Josman asking for my support and to help him raise money for his campaign. He said some people had suggested he call me. So I decided to do my due diligence. Go to find out Mr. Josman is not the best person for anyone to support. The address he gave on his board application, which I have here, dated February 4th, 2021, as 1521 Northeast 2nd Street was false. The person who has lived there with their family since 2019 has never even heard of him or seen him. This information was obtained by personal contact and verified through text message. Because of this false information on his board application, he should be immediately removed from any board he currently serves on, and it says that at the bottom of the board application. There is also verified information that Mr. Josman gave a false address on his filing documents, which will be addressed by others tonight. Mendacity seems to be following Mr. Josman around like a bad shadow. Having the possibility of Mr. Josman becoming a city commissioner would be like having Willie Sutton be in charge of your bank. Mr. Josman, every political candidate in every case crosses a line he didn't mean to cross. It just happens. And if you cross it enough times, it disappears forever. Then you're nothing but a political joke. I would appreciate it if you would just have some self-respect, withdraw from the race, because Mr. Josman, your 15 minutes is up. Thank you.
Council, I'd like to seek your advice, Council. 1 second, Mr. Wright.
Yes,
I'm
Mayor.
Does this cross the line? We have heard the complaint being made, but this seems also a borderline personal attack.
Well, I mean, you mean it's crossed the line into being a personal attack?
Yes.
I don't know. I guess the commission's the judge of that, and whether it is an appropriate personal attack or not.
Okay. So I'm going to ask the commission because I want to make sure that we enforce our own rules, right? So people have to speak to concerns and issues they have. We have already heard it, but we don't need to belabor the point. And, we need to draw the line somewhere. So I'd like to seek advice from my colleagues. Does this cross the line of a personal attack?
I don't think there was nothing personal.
I don't think.
Excuse me, Mr. Wright, 1 second.
I don't think in the manner that it was presented, it doesn't attack because it was informational
Yes.
as I received it, not an attack. It was just informing us of what his research or anybody may have been. Now, if he'd come in here with a different attitude and trying to make a case or whatever, then I would have an issue with that. But just from an informational standpoint, now what we do with that information is up to us, okay? But as far as it didn't come across to me as an attack.
All right, understood. I'd like to hear from the others. This is not just about this particular instance, but it's good for us to have this discussion of when the boundary is crossed. And if you feel like the boundary is not crossed, that's fine. If you don't feel like the boundary was crossed, either way, it's important for us to know because we will have conversations like these in the future. Would anyone else like to weigh in?
I mean, I think if I can think about other commission meetings, I think I was under the impression that the personal attack is personally on the dais is from what I gathered,
Yes.
because I can sit here and remember many times when many people, the public, have been attacked, right? Whether it's true or not true, is for staff to look at and everything. And we have a right to speak our mind. And again, I think the idea from what I understood, and maybe I'm ignorant, maybe I'm misunderstood, is there shouldn't be any personal attacks to anyone on the dais because the commission should be addressed as a whole. from what I understand. You know, so if I'm someone and I have an issue with something, you know, in my neighborhood, and I need to bring it up, you know, do I go and speak publicly about it or do I go to staff? You know, that's my take on it.
All right. Either way, like I said, it's important for me to hear from my colleagues so we know where that line is. If there's nothing else from my colleagues, we'll proceed and to the next speaker. All right, Mr. Wright.
Bishop Bernard Wright, current candidate for District 2 Commissioner, and I'm going to piggyback on David Katz. I've been in not only investigation, but with Joseph Josselman running for current candidate, the resident requirement that you at least be a resident for 1 year. He has on this candidate over here, he has 4 different addresses. He has an address here of 1375, which is a post office box. He has on the statement of interest of 1375 post office box. Waiver report 1375, and he has on the appointment of campaign treasurer that he lived 212 Northwest 12th Avenue, which is Mr. Harris's address. Been living there all his life for years, and Mr. Harris been in my house 4 times. Have asked him to not use his address and to really step back. He also has another address he uses as 1521 Northeast 2nd Street, which is 2nd Court. And Miss Etiana there, which is an attorney in Haiti, been living there since 2019, doesn't know him, and she's been there for 3 years with her husband and with her children, and this could be verified by text message. She has my sign in the yard supporting me. Also, Mr. Harris. In fact, he took my sign out of Mr. Harris' yard and then took it and throwed it into my yard, and we got him on our ring. This is not only disgraceful and a disservice to the city, and for what we're talking about, this is a political office, an elected office. We have to have some dignity, some integrity. And so there is no where he can really confirm at all that he has been living a year consistently for 3 years. There's just too many addresses to ring a bell on this. Now, you know, when we read here, we have another one, 1375 on statement of financial interests. And then we go here where he has a date of registration, voters registration. He gave us, 212 Northwest, but here he has one as 1521 Northeast 2nd Street, which is 2nd Court where Miss Etiana live, and it has 2008. Now, Miss Etiana has been living there since 2019. How can we run for an elected office and we don't have the same address? It's so easy to prove that you've been living somewhere 1 year. And we're talking about an election coming up. This is very serious. And so, Ed Harris was supposed to be here because he definitely wanted to step up to be, because he has a legacy here. He can't stand up, and he did help get this guy to college and things. And he does have a smile on his face, but he violated election laws by taking my sign out of Ed Harris' yard. I had permission to have the sign, and it's there. Now I have all the evidence right here on my phone. And came to my yard and took my sign out of my yard, threw it on the ground, and then throw the sign that it has over by my hedges. By the grace of God, this is just too out of order. I ask that the city manager, the clerk, right, and you on the dais, y'all address this matter.
All right, next speaker. We do have 2 podiums, so if those of you on the right side want to move to the left, and we'll alternate between the 2 podiums. All right, let's form a line behind both of them. After this person, we'll go to the other side. All right, begin when you're ready, and please state your name for the record.
All right, thank you for having me. My name is Darren Cunningham, and I've been in Boynton Beach now for a little over 3 years. I'm going to keep it light. I didn't come with a prepared statement. I have no real agenda. Actually, I want to start off with a compliment to law enforcement, if they're still in the room, that anybody that really matters in a position of seniority. And I just want to commend Boynton Beach Police Department for slowing down on Seacrest Avenue. I put that request in about a year ago, and I've noticed a huge difference, so I greatly appreciate it. It was a drag strip for a minute there, but they've taken action, so I just wanted to extend that gratitude. I really only want to make one comment because I know the city's really looking for growth, and I come from a land we endured decades and decades of growth. And one of the most overlooked items was traffic. And I don't know if you've listened to any studies or watched any studies on the difference between streets, roads, and stroads, if you will, but they really make a huge impact. So as we strive for growth in the community, I would just hope that we're more proactive on the front end, because communities that aren't really fall behind the 8 ball, and it costs us a lot more money in the long run. So really, that's all I want to bring attention to. Other than that, it was great to see some of the community leaders out and about at some of these events and meet some of you. I greatly appreciate that too, as well. Being accessible is really important to the community. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to the next speaker. Please state your name for the record and begin when you're ready.
Joe Josman. All righty, so I guess people want to know about my address. So if you want to go to a barbecue, Northeast 2nd Street, we're going to throw a barbecue pretty soon. If you want my number, you can look it up, Bishop Wright, Minister Wright, you have it. You can call me, just help me out with the financing with buying the food, because again, Kat said I asked him for money. And that's the same guy that had a feds, but that's not a personal attack. I'm just saying what the newspaper said. Newspaper. Okay. Now, if Mr. Wright, if you want to go to dinner with me, we can go to dinner. I'll introduce you to Miss Etienne. She actually, you know, we all can get together and eat if you want to. It might have been a language barrier because again, we're Haitian. So when we see people just coming in about politics, it's not pretty cool. Just do it in a more cool way. Just come in, knock on the door. You can call me. We can have dinner. Anything like that. We can have dinner. On me.
Mayor, please, Joe, would you address the council rather than
Oh, I'm sorry.
individual?
I didn't want him to feel like I was attacking him, or I wanted to make sure.
No, but address us.
Okay.
Address us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Hay.
Please continue.
All right. Again, if you guys do have any issues, we'll take you out to eat. You can come over the house. You can play with the dogs. I really don't know anything else I can do, but I am running for commissioner for District 2. I have 2 opponents that you see that are already coming after me, so that's pretty cool. I kind of like that. We're bringing a little bit fire back in District 2, so people are getting support. So they just keep up the same fire. That's all I got to say. That's it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to the next speaker. All right.
Mayor,
Yes, Commissioner Hay.
just for clarity, okay? I want everyone to know that I'm not coming after anyone, okay? I would make that statement no matter who was speaking up here, that you need to address us rather than individuals in the audience.
Didn't do that for David Katz.
All right. Well, let's just move on. And was that the conclusion of your statement?
Yes.
All right. We're going to move on to the next speaker.
Oh, I think you are the next one.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
Cindy Falco di Corrado. I have been up here many times addressing and inquiring about the LGBTQT flag on our main highway. As I state, every time I goes by it, it breaks my heart because it creates division. Now, I know that June was made the month thereof. We are now in November. I would like to know what we, the people, need to do to have that removed from our roadside and not be an insignia for Boynton Beach, as well as the 666 seats over here off of Seacrest and A1 and Seacrest and East Ocean Avenue. I brought this up many times. I've addressed it. It's kind of been overlooked. If I don't bring it up all the time, then I don't think we're going to get addressed. I would really like to know what to do about that, because this is year round. I'm sorry. Enough is enough. I don't see equal time to heterosexuals. We shouldn't even be talking about sex, period. So therefore, it should not be in the roadway to remind people of things that I don't think people need to be even mentioning about. Just be you. God created you in your image, in his image, excuse me. He made you male and female. What you do is between you and God and not between the rest of the people. No one needs to know. And it does keep other people out. It says that if you're not that, then you're not part of. And that's what it says. It's not inclusive at all. And it's really hurtful, and it really hurts my heart. And I know it hurts God's heart too. My next subject is in regards to running as a candidate, as I did prior. There have been many people that have even cut out my sign. And I know that you all know that political signs, you cannot touch them, move them, or anything. It is illegal. It is, I believe, a misdemeanor. It's wrong. And if anybody's been doing that, as Reverend Wright had shared, Mr. Wright shared, it's a felon. It's a crime. And I'm sorry, but the police need to take action for those real crimes of taking somebody's sign when most everybody knows that it is criminal. And I experienced it myself. I had a 4 by 8 foot sign, huge, out by the Walmart. And I truly believe, unfortunately, I believe that the fire department did it because they had your sign they wanted to show, Mr. Ty. Prasanka, and I'm not talking against you, I'm just saying in general, because it was all jagged and they left a little piece and you can tell it was done by a saw. I mean, this is just ridiculous. And then other places, it was just knocked down. While other politicians and people are running for seats, I hope that you really are abreast of that and that you respect that. And if someone tells you someone's doing it and they have video, that you take action, because people need to know they just can't go doing things against other people. And it costs lots of money for signs, and it takes a lot of time to go out there and put these up. And you know as well, because you ran as candidacies as well. So just respect that, and I appreciate it. And also I'd like to know about the park over here in Forest Park. I haven't heard much. How are we doing on that? And I know I'm not going to answer me, but Thomas, when you get a chance, if you can let me know how we're doing on the park, I'd like to move on that and see where the progression is, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Dr. Piotr Blas, 113 Tara Lakes Drive West, Boynton Beach, Florida, 33436. My first statement is quite kind of usual, that we live in the best city in the world. And I think you commissioners are really keeping that great, without any doubt. I have to address 1 or 2 issues that some of you may know already. As you all know, I've been organizing University of Boynton for many years, and we have a number of scholars. We don't have a building, but a university is not a building. And here's what happened. I go to Starbucks every day for 5 years. Now, please listen carefully, because that is incredible. And on Jewish New Year, I'm sitting there doing mathematics and having a scholarly discussion with a doctor from Finland, which is, if you know me, my typical mode. Suddenly, 2 police officers barge in, tell me to get out, tell me I'm trespassing. Well, I didn't argue with them. I left. I did not quite see it as trespassing. I mean, I've been coming there. I bought coffee. I hope you believe me. I can't believe it myself, but it did happen. If it ended at that, it would just be disgusting. But they charged me with criminal trespass. And now I'm in the courts fighting to defend my good name. Of course, I'm pleading not guilty. You've known me here for a number of years, and I'm always sitting in cafes doing math. Nobody ever told me it was a crime. In fact, in the old country, this is how scientists work, and poets, and other people. So I am fighting back. How can the city help me? Just pray for me, because this is obviously a defamation. Just pray for me. I'll take care of it. I did try to reach Starbucks executives. They are very arrogant. They don't talk to you. So I try to understand what's going on. I'm a bit famous, as you know, because of the web. And in Poland, I was a union steward for the Solidarity. It seems that Starbucks is union busting all over the country. And maybe they were a little concerned. But I cannot say what happened, why. I think the person who called, and I do wear a yarmulke and I speak with a beautiful Polish accent, I think she had a problem with it. And so it was reported. So
All right.
I wish I could end on a positive note, but just pray for me.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Blas. We thank you for your comments. We're going to move on to the next speaker, Mr. Orr. Please begin when you're ready.
How y'all doing? Tori Orr, 106 Northeast 7th Avenue. I have a few questions today. I have a few the things to get off my chest, what I've been seeing. You know, I work every day, you know, I work 5 days a week. Then on the weekends, I try to come do a little community work. And on the weekends, I hang out. I like to have me a few beers, you know. I done worked all week. And these night officers here in Boynton Beach, like they are targeting people, like working people. Like we came in to go have a beer from the store without getting threatened with harassments of trespassing. And Officer Jennings, he's the main one. Him and the new dog man we got. I don't know his name yet, but he's a new dog man, and he's bringing that pressure to the community. Like these people, they haven't done it to me, but these people are literally walking up to people in our community, sticking their hands in their pocket. Like this, I know. I say I know I ain't from this city. I can't be. I know y'all don't answer nobody questions back, but I don't want y'all to take that home with y'all and deal with it. You know, and because this what's going on right now in the community, I said I'm gonna come down here and have some free words with the people that we voted for. And maybe they can make something happen. Because these officers, they jumping out saying, let's get it popping, putting their black gloves on. I'm like, hey, I work. He said, you could get it too. You know, so I work, I pay my taxes every day like everybody else, a Boynton resident. And I shouldn't have to have a fear of going up to the Easy Market or Clifford store to have a beer. I done worked all week. And been in the community since 1986. You know, and I wish y'all have, and this Saturday on the 10th, we having a toy drive for our community. And on the 18th, we having the toy, well, on the 17th, we having the toy giveaway. So any of y'all, you know, y'all find fit, y'all know our number, Boynton Strong Outreach and Training Program. This is what we're doing for the underprivileged people in the community. So, you know, with that, I'm done.
Thank you. I see that there's two more people in the chambers. Let's go ahead with you first.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioner Sandra Watson, 348 Boynton Bay Circle. I'm here as the chair for the Boynton Beach Senior Advisory Board. I do want to mention that we lost our co-chair back in September. She passed away, and it was a big hole in on our board. But what I'm here today to talk about is that the Senior Advisory Board has been very busy. I know that Commissioner Kelly was asking for reports from the different advisory boards. So I'm just here to let you know that we've been very busy. We worked with Boynton-based CDC with Thanksgiving baskets. We've done toy drives. We have a program right now with the Delray Beach Art Garage where we are getting tickets and giving them to seniors to go to their shows at no cost. That's one of the things that we've really been working on as far as trying to get social programs for our seniors for a quality of life. You know, they've been kind of like hemmed up for the last few years and they want to get out. One of the biggest problems that we're having is transportation. I just had some seniors go to Kravis Center for the Nutcracker. We're going Monday to see the Black Violin at the Kravis Center. These programs I've worked with and these people are working with us, these tickets are very minimum cost. Most of them are free. We would like for the city to do something for our seniors that they can have this program, some kind of program like this in Boynton. You know, you have the Delray Art Garage, you have the Boca Black Box, you have Lake Park Black Box, you have the Playhouse. In Boynton, what do we have that we can do, you know, have things like that? It's going to generate revenue back for you because I was going before I even had these programs to all of these different places. So that's something that we would like for the city to do. The Senior Advisory Board, we are willing to help as much as we can. We just would like for the city to at least look at what we call it our Senior Social Society Club. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watsu. We appreciate the information. All right, let's go to the next speaker. And if there's anyone else in the room, now is the time to be recognized. So if I were you, I'd come up to the podium now. Otherwise, Mr. Davis is the last person for in-person comments.
How you doing? Good evening. On the night, one of the nights that Mr. Orr was speaking about, me and my brother was also there, and I don't quite know the officer name. I know this was the night of November 26th. She was in the vehicle number 4964. And like he said, we're socializing after the week we all had, we just hanging out, socializing. She pulls up in her vehicle, tell us, y'all can't be here. When I come back, y'all better be gone. She turns around, she comes back, she jump out of the vehicle and say, you know what, y'all run up, we can get it popping. Now, I don't know what kind of training that is, but no officer should antagonize any citizen. And I want to say her last name is Anderson, but I don't know for sure what her name is, but I know what vehicle she was driving. So hopefully we have a log on November 26th so we can know exactly who that officer is. And that was, I mean, kind of demeaning and disrespectful to us in the manner that she came. Luckily, she had another a lady officer with her who was much more calm and controlled the situation, and they left and nothing came of it. But for them to treat us like we don't belong in our own city is a problem. It's a huge problem. Also, it is coming up on the anniversary of my nephew's death. We do plan to have a big day on January 1st, the same one like we had last time. So we just hope that we can get y'all support and kind of helping us out in orchestrating this event. And if not, we're still gonna do it. So I don't want to sound disrespectful to you guys, but that's just something we're gonna do. And hopefully this time we don't get people getting 1,000 tickets. Because now we're saying it now, so hopefully we can get everything in order. And if not, we're still gonna do it. And also, I'd like to thank the people at Congress Middle School for yesterday would have been SJ's 14th birthday. So the good people at Congress Middle School, their staff and their administration, they welcomed us. They put on a good event. They had a commemoration with a bench for him. Also, one of the hallways is named in his honor. So we definitely appreciate them and want to give them their praise. And we thank you guys, and hopefully we can get together and work on something for the first. All right, thank you.
Can you please read your name into the record?
Pernell Davis.
Thank you. I see one more in-person speaker. Please approach the podium and begin when you're ready.
Hi, Ernest George McNully. I live at 710 Northeast 7th Street, condo 407, Boynton Beach, 33435. My phone number is 561-788-3888. And my email is ERNMIGNOLI@gmail.com. Where I live is also known as Harbor Hall Inlet Club 1. I purchased in 11 of 2020. And I'm a passport, Florida driver's license, voter ID, permanent resident, taxpayer, and I'm paying a lot of taxes. And what I'd like to say or talk about, I can't, because I suffer from pretty serious physical disabilities from violent crimes in my work that I've done all over the world for 3 government agencies, and I also survived New Jersey pollution-related throat cancer. So here I am, but I'm still a credentialed press person who's been around the world, I'm sure as much or more than anybody in this room. And I've had more And I'd like to think I've had as many hostile weapons pointed at me from countries all over the world that you read about on the news, but I'm still here. And what I'd like to find out is why I have to come here and be in such fear to speak, to say anything, to report anything about all the crime and corruption and problems I see in the city. I have police telling me I'm not even allowed to call the police department anymore. My emails are blocked. I have police coming to my house, making statements that I'm a criminal, causing my neighbors to physically assault me, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I think I'm going to stop now because it looks like the gentleman running this meeting doesn't want to hear that stuff. And that's why this is not constitutional, and we're all in fear of our safety here. You're not allowed to run meetings like this where you put citizens in fear. Thank you.
All right, I believe this is the last in-person public comment speaker. We're now going to move on online. Stanley or whomever is in the back, could you tell me how many people have their digital hands raised?
We have 2 people with their hands raised.
All right, please tell us their name and unmute that individual. For those of you online, I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining so you can pace yourself. And please state your name for the record.
Okay, we have Shan Shan. Shan Shan, you're self-muted. Can you please click the unmute button next to your name?
Yes, hello.
We can hear you. Please begin.
Hi, good evening. This is Shannon, Stanley's mother. I did want to go ahead and commend Congress Middle School, as what was stated yesterday, December 5th, was SJ's 14th birthday. And I would like to formally thank the principal and the staff at Congress Middle, as well as the parents and the students that did contribute to sponsoring that bench for him as a dedication for not only his demise, but his legacy that he left as a scholar student. And I would like to touch on what was discussed in a previous meeting to the aspect of what was mentioned with the attorneys stating that they could not go into details about him further being honored within the city due to a pending lawsuit. After speaking with several attorneys and co-counselors, we're still finding it very hard to dissect the correlation of honoring an actual citizen, a child, with a pending lawsuit for his death. So we're still finding that hard to make the connection as to what does honoring him have to do with a lawsuit for his wrongful death. And I would also like to state that what is the purpose of the citizens coming to the city hall meeting to discuss their concerns and their problems with every meeting that nothing gets addressed? The following meetings, there's no piggybacks, there's no answers, there's no follow-up, there's nothing to address the concerns, the problems, nothing. It's almost as if people are coming there speaking like it's a therapy session because there's no follow-up with you guys, as if the citizens' concerns and problems mean absolutely nothing to you guys. So I think that's very heartening as to people are taking their time out to discuss the problems and issues week after week with you guys. And not only do they get the silent treatment, but there's no follow-up. So I think something needs to be done about that, because I'm not seeing what's the benefit of coming every first and third expressing these same issues, these same concerns, and nothing is being done about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next online speaker, please unmute them, Stanley, and begin when you're ready.
Our next speaker is Juanita Bryant. Juanita, can you please click the microphone icon next to your name to unmute yourself?
Have they muted themselves, Stanley?
They're unmute on my end. Juanita, are you there?
All right, going once, Going twice. Going 3 times. All right, we haven't heard from her. I guess she may not be online any longer. Stanley, thank you so much. This brings us to the conclusion of public audience. Thank you, everyone. We're now going to move on to the next portion of the agenda. But before I do, let me just say one thing. Earlier at the beginning of this public audience, I asked for your opinion. If what we heard at the beginning crossed the line of a personal attack, I just want to state that my position is that these microphones should never be used to attack another individual in such a way that we heard it today. It doesn't matter who that person was, but think of the implication. If we're okay with this, then that means literally anyone can come here and use this time to attack any person anywhere in the city for any reason. And so for that reason, I'm very uncomfortable with what we have allowed this evening. But I just want to make sure it's on the record, right? Because I'm thinking about the implication. If that's okay, then what will be the threshold which we are no longer accepting? Because I don't want this to be a free-for-all where one day now your mother is being attacked and that's okay because now that's informational, right? Whether that information has been verified or not, true or not, but anybody can say anything, right? So we need to have some sensible guides or guidelines to what is acceptable and what is not. But those are just my 2 cents. Was there anything else anybody wants to add? Commissioner Turgan, I see your hand is up.
For the comment about the park in Forest Park, Andrew, chime in if I get any information wrong. I know that there's been a little bit of dialogue between the lot that's east of Southwest 6th Presbyterian. I know Pastor Ash has mentioned that there's an encroachment issue with Habitat for Humanity with the fence line that would need to be resolved before moving forward with anything. And I did get an email from, is it Jennifer this week about that. And the last I heard was that there was going to be a meeting scheduled to discuss how we would move forward. Is that all accurate?
Yes, I think that right now the status of that would be to the fact that I think we need to sit down and meet with the church and talk about the acquisition of that property to facilitate that park. Yes. So that is the next step that we would be doing is reaching out to Pastor Ash and setting up that meeting.
Yeah, and it seems like at this point, there needs to be some resolution with that encroachment issue between Habitat and the church before the city gets involved.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner, and I appreciate you being proactive and following up. I will like to ask staff to please update all of us as well on the status of that. Excellent, good news. Anything else before we move on? If nothing else, we're going to move on to item 5B, review and approve the proposed commission meeting schedule for 2023. If staff could put that up on the screen. And I'm sorry, did I miss an item? Or no, we have 2 different copies. We have 2 different versions of no, we're on this item, A.
Previous 5A was the appointment of members.
Yes,
and I guess
so
when
that item was
removed,
appoint eligible members of the community. That was 5A in my printout.
that was in mine as well, but on here, it's not on.
Oh, I
it's not
see.
on this any
Online,
longer.
it's slightly different.
Yeah.
All right, I see the confusion.
So
Thank you
we're-
for pointing that out. But we are referring to, or I'm referring to, 5B in my copy, which is the schedule of meetings for 2023. Do we have that on the screen? And is there anything that staff would like to add? Personally, it appears to me that these are sensible dates. I'm comfortable moving forward with it. But if staff wants to add anything, or my colleagues, now would be the time.
I can just provide a quick overview of what
Sure.
we did. So
Thank you, Catherine.
We put together the list of agenda of commission meetings for the next year, 2023. It takes into account the major Jewish holidays and any other city observed holidays. Obviously July 4th, so we would have the July 4th meeting on July 5th. And then the September dates are tentative pending the county setting their dates for their budget calendar, which should be in February. So we assume that these are correct, but they may be subject to change. Thank you.
All right. Anything else from my colleagues? Do we have consensus on agreement on these dates? All right, I see head nods.
Yes.
Thank you, staff. We're going to move forward with this item. Now moving on to 5C, which is discuss use of community support funds I was informed that we have two requests on this community support funds item. Let's begin with Commissioner Kelly, then Commissioner Turkin.
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mayor. So I, in discussing with staff, about a week ago, Christmas or the holiday season revolves primarily around toy drives, and I was speaking to city staff about what we could do as a city to assist with some sort of food basket, and our city staff, who is amazing, offered to kind of spearhead an employee food drive and reach out to community people and try and get donations so that we can create some sort of food basket to give to families in our community. So to assist in that drive, I want to donate $500 of my community support funds to that food drive. It's my understanding from talking to staff that it has to go through our Friends of the Library in order to facilitate that. So for the record, that's what I am wanting some support with. I think that, Thanksgiving, they do the food drives, and the holidays, it seems to be about toys, but there is a definite need in our community for food and support in that way too. So that's my ask.
All right. Thank you so much, Commissioner Kelly, and thank you for taking the lead on that. And if I could just piggyback quickly, to support this endeavor, I'd like to also allocate $500 of my community support funds in service of that mission. All right, you're very welcome. Commissioner Kelly, were you finished?
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Turkin, go ahead.
I want to allocate $500 of my community support funds to the Shop with a Cop program for this holiday.
Okay. Right, 500, Commissioner Turkin, to Shop with the Cop. And Commissioner Turkin, I will also match you another 500. These are both really good causes. So, if we have the means, I'm happy to support.
And I just want to add too, I had the opportunity to fill the SWAT truck with Officer Castro and Sergeant McDevitt, and we ended up being on Good Morning America. So it was a great success. Got some good positive representation for Boynton Beach. So I'm happy to announce that.
Awesome.
Excellent. Okay, council, consensus sufficient?
Yes.
All right. Do
Yes,
we
sir.
have any disagreements or comments from my colleagues? Anything else? All right, I believe we have consensus. Congratulations. This is 500 from Commissioner Kelly to the Food Basket Initiative, 500 from myself as well to the same initiative, 500 from Commissioner Turkin to Shop with the Cop, and 500 from myself as well. All right.
Thank you, Mayor.
And I
Yes,
will
Commissioner
also
Hay.
do 500 for each of those. Shop with the Cop.
Okay.
Okay.
See what happens if
As
you wait a
well
little
as-
bit.
As well as the food program.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
You're so
Okay.
welcome.
All right, excellent. So 1,500 to each of your initiatives. Okay.
Awesome.
That is the conclusion of administrative. We're now moving on to consent agenda. It's quite a lengthy consent agenda list. And so I'd like to ask to pull item D and H. And for item D, now we've heard item D before. This is the DEO grant, $16.5 million. So we've heard it before. I'd just like to ask staff, you could just give a brief overview for the public and for anybody that's new today. And likewise for item H. Those are the two items I'd like to pull. Is there anything else from my colleagues you'd like to pull?
I
Vice
was going
Mayor?
to put D as well.
Okay, so D.
Also.
D and H still? Anything else? Commissioner Kelly?
I would like to pull 6G. I just want an update on the Schoolhouse Museum.
6G. All right. Commissioner Amy Kelly. All right. So before we hear those individual items, may I have a motion to approve the remainder of consent agenda?
So moved.
We have a motion.
Second.
And a second. The motion was from Vice Mayor Cruz, a second from Commissioner Hay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those who oppose, the ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Let's begin with item 6D, proposed resolution number R22-173. Mr. Dunmeyer?
Yes. Hey, Commissioner, I'm sorry, Mayor Pensurga. Hi. Gary Denmeyer, City Engineer. I prepared a little presentation, if you would indulge me.
Yes,
Yes.
let's do a summary. We have heard this before,
Okay.
but thank you.
Yeah, it'll be really quick.
Okay.
There we go. We'll go ahead and go to the next slide. So my intention here is to give you a small scope of what this grant award was for. Next slide, please. So I wanted to make sure everybody knew where it was. So I've got a little map here that shows the limits of this project. The northern limits is Mentone Road and District 2. The blue area stretches all the way up to Hypoluxo. That was just a little error. So it's south of Mentone, and it's basically within the city limits there, and it's east of Seacrest and north of Northeast 26th Avenue. It's about 510 homes in this area, and it's about 111 acres. Next slide, please. So these are the items that we're hoping to address with this grant. We submitted them, and we told about the woes that we're having. So we're going to address flooding with the grant. We've got some unsafe road conditions, and we've got some infrastructure. Our infrastructure, water and sewer, is capable of providing all the services it needs, but it is aging, and we could do better. And so that's the idea behind the grant. So if we go to the next slide. So we received this photo from one of our residents. We had a rainy day in Sandcastle. They were calling us to let us know that the garbage got washed away and we didn't need to bother to come. So that saved us a little bit of time, but this isn't ideal. So one of the things that we want to address with our grant is these flooding conditions. As we go to the next slide, you'll see after a rainfall event, what kind of conditions that are quite frequent in this area. Next slide, please. And then these are some of the road conditions that we have. While yes, we do have some draining, our drainage, there is no legal positive outfall. It's exfiltration. It's very narrow in scope. And when you have standing water on the roads tend to age quicker than they should, and they fall in disrepair. Next slide, please. So this is what we're looking at. These are the roads. This is the community. On our ROCKS map, which is our road condition scoring map, most of the roads in the Sandcastle neighborhood are Cs and Ds. The Cs are yellow, the Ds are orange. So these are the roads that are going to be repaired. And this is going to be a secondary impact, because one of the primary things that we're going to do as we go to the next slide is we're going to address some of the other infrastructure that falls underneath the roads. So if you see here, these are the existing stormwater systems that we have, and you'll notice that there's very few. So not all the roads are drained. This area is quite hilly, so there doesn't necessarily always need to be a drain on all the streets, but exfiltration trench would be required to fix this area up and let it percolate and drain a little better. As we go to the next slide, we'll talk about the sewer. And you'll see in this area, the water system, we've got plenty of water infrastructure. Some of this infrastructure was put in the 1950s to the 1970s when this neighborhood was developed. So we will probably be going through and upsizing some water mains and putting in some new ductile iron pipe and some C900 pipe to replace some of the older pipes that we have. Next slide, please. And here's our gravity sewer that we have in the area. Much of the gravity sewer that was installed in this area is vitrified clay pipe. Many of you know this is pipe. It's very brittle as it ages. It tends to crack as it ages, and it infiltrates water, making our lift stations not only pump sewage, but it also pumps rainwater, which is not a good thing to do. So we're going to be fixing that as well. Next slide, please. So the grant we applied for was for $16.5 million. The total grant will be $19.7 million. So there's a 17% local match from our city. Next slide. And the area of benefit is a 74% low to moderate income. And when we go to the next slide, it shows the income. The average income in Boynton Beach is $57,000. And so the residents impacted in the neighborhood, their average income is around $38,000. So this grant does help people in need. Next slide. Oh, and that concludes my presentation, and I'm now available for questions.
Well, thank you, Gary. I appreciate it. I'm just very excited. This is a windfall for the city, and it's going to benefit some of the communities most in need. 16.5 million is not chump change.
No, it is not, sir.
It's going to be a godsend. So thank you. Thank you to the staff and to your team and for everybody who worked on getting the grant and being persistent about it. All right. Anything else from my colleagues?
I'd just like to say it's an excellent project and excellent staff and team that you have, Gary. And I'm just looking for great things to continue to come from your team, which also reminds me, thank you, Gary. Today we found out about a sewage problem at 543 Northwest 11th Avenue, that it was backing up and coming up into the yard and on the street or whatever. I believe Andrew and the others, Adam, whoever else was involved. I really want to give you a shout out for resolving that today. We found out about it today. Staff got a hold to it and resolved it in the same day. And everybody is happy. I don't know if you want to add any more that we have to do with that, Andrew.
Sure. Andrew Mack, Deputy City Manager. I agree. Our utilities department is amazing. Their quick action. We had a sewer lateral that was broken, which caused sand to get into our system, which then backed up, which was into that yard. This is a house that's scheduled to be demolished. It's past disrepair that we're moving forward with. So a quick action, Carrie Isom, which is one of the lead operators or coordinators in utilities, showed up on scene, and they had the vac truck and acted very quickly. So I do appreciate the comments, and I'm sure the utility staff appreciates it as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Anything else? Well, hearing nothing else, thank you so much, Gary. And thank you, Andrew. We're now going to move on to item G.
Need to approve it.
I'm sorry. That's right. Thank you. We have a motion to approve resolution number R22-173.
To move.
I heard a
second
motion from Vice Mayor Cruz, but the mic was off. And we had a second from Commissioner Hay.
I try to say it.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? All right. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. Moving on to G. All right. So this is the item on the quarterly report on the operations of the Schoolhouse Children's Museum. And who do we have from staff to speak on this?
Suzanne Ross is online to speak to any questions y'all have.
All right, Commissioner Kelly, I believe you're the one who asked for this item.
Yes, I just, I wanted to just circle around with Schoolhouse Museum and get an update from them how attendance has improved and how since COVID, because I know that there's been an uptick, but I'm just curious to know, what those admissions and memberships have been and what they're still finding issues with.
Thank you, Commissioner Kelly. We appreciate the opportunity to give you an update. Things are definitely improving. If we look historically, which is probably the best way to start, looking our best year was 17 and 18. And during that year, if we expect our outreach and community involvement outside of the museum, we had about 33,000 people come to the museum. Last fiscal year, ending September 30th, we're only about 13% off that mark. Now, when we look at the beginning of this year, the first 2 months of this year, believe it or not, we have exceeded monthly visitation since we've kept records since I've been there, which is since 2013. So if we remain on track, again, it's early in the game, but if we remain on track, and this is an indicator I'm anticipating, again, I'm looking in a crystal ball that may be a little murky, but we could be potentially 10% ahead of our best year, which was 17-18. That is a goal and a hope. In terms of membership, our best year of memberships, family memberships, we had 533 member families. Last year, we had 480 member families. Again, it's early in the year. We're on track to where we were in 17-18. All that said, I'm looking forward to a positive year, to a very positive year. Now, one of the things that we have to consider is the size of our building. Our capacity is 137 people in the building at any given time. We have reached capacity on several occasions, at which point we encourage people to go to the playground. We get their telephone number. As people leave, we invite them back in. Mornings are always our busiest, afternoons are not. So we have some challenges to work with, but I'm actually very positive about the future. Just on one note, that's an aside, during October, November of this year, we welcomed visitors not only from the state of Florida, but from 16 states and the UK. So we are reaching well beyond our city of Boynton Beach. Any other questions or any questions?
Anything else from Commissioner Kelly or my colleagues?
No, Suzanne, thank you so much for that update. I'm encouraged to hear that the schoolhouse is recovering from COVID numbers and that things are looking up and people are coming, which is, it's always great. It's a great museum and I have great, memories of bringing my kids there. They're a little older now, but it's just encourage people to check it out and to visit. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you.
That was very positive news and I look forward to continued success. At this time, I'd like to ask for a motion to accept this fourth quarter report on the operations of the Children's Schoolhouse Museum. May I have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Kelly and a second from Commissioner Hay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. The third and final pulled item was proposed resolution R22-175. This is pertaining to the agreement between the city and Motorola for a 1.3 million technology credit. All right, let's hear about that. And I see we have our Chief DiGiulio here this evening.
Good evening, Joe DiGiulio, Chief of Police. So the little history about our records management system. It's been going back about 4 or 5 years now, 2 chiefs ago. And originally it was implemented with the previous chief and it just didn't match the needs of the agency at the time. So we pivoted to the Motorola product. And as we move forward in the future, it's still not meeting the needs of the vision of the agency. So out of convenience, both parties agreed that, we would go forward and look for a new vendor for our records management system. And for the back couple of years that we were paying into a product that we're still implementing, we're able to get credit for it. So we do have numerous Motorola products to include our radio as well as some of our technology in a real-time crime center that the credit can be used to pay in the future.
Excellent. I think this is excellent news. $1.3 million. We're going to use that to make some additional improvements. So thank you, Chief. Is there anything else from my colleagues? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve resolution R22-176?
So moved.
Second.
All right. I'm not sure who the motion came from. Commissioner Hay and the second from Commissioner Turkin. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
And thank you, everyone. So that brings us to the next portion of the agenda, which is consent bids and purchases over $100,000. Are there any items that my colleagues would like to pull? All right. I'm not seeing anyone. All right. Seeing no one have a request, may I have a motion to approve the entirety of consent bids and purchases over 100K?
So move.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hay and a second from Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. We're now moving on to public hearing. The very first item here is proposed ordinance number 22-025. It is a second reading. Council, if you could read the item back into the record.
Sure, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance of the City of Boynton Beach, Florida, approving an amendment to the Boynton Beach Administrative Building Code by creating section 110.11.1-110.11.16 of the 7th edition 2020 of the Florida Building Code to create, implement, and enforce a building milestone inspection program, providing for conflict, severability, codification, and an effective date.
All right, thank you, Council.
You're
I'd like
welcome.
to hear from Mr. Temple. If you could just give us a brief overview on this item, after which we'll proceed to questions and comments from my colleagues. After that, we'll proceed to public comments. All right. Thank you, Mr. Temple.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Commission, Adam Temple Development Services. This evening, we're here, staff join me. We have our building official, Mr. Kunzman. We are requesting approval on the second reading to adopt and implement a building recertification program. There have been no changes between first and second reading. We do have a brief PowerPoint presentation that we can queue up. But essentially, what this is doing is this is implementing the Senate Bill 4D from the state of Florida as a response from the tragedy in Surfside, Florida. In addition to the Senate bill, which requires all residential buildings that are condominiums and co-ops of 3 stories or greater to do a mandatory 25-year building milestone inspection program, and then 10-year inspections following. In addition to that, we are recommending a slightly more stringent program to incorporate all threshold buildings which are greater than 3 stories in the city of Boynton Beach to have a 25-year milestone inspection within the city, and then 10 years thereafter. The staff believes that having the more stringent standard makes sense. We have very many communities and buildings within the city that were built in similar years, similar construction types. However, because of the ownership characteristic of those properties, one would fall in the state program and one would not. So we are recommending to have a standard building recertification program throughout the city. In order to limit confusion, we are recommending the 25-year requirement, just like the state, for all structures that meet the criteria within the city of Boynton Beach. It's basically the program in a nutshell, and we're here to answer any questions that you guys have.
All right, thank you. Let me just ask you one question, which is what happens should someone fail this recertification?
Well, they would go through an enforcement process, and depending on the assessment and the condition of the property, that enforcement action could take a number of different routes. But essentially, how this would work is they would get an initial notification. That structure that met the milestone, they would get an initial notification. They would get a certain amount of time to get an engineer, a structural engineer, to do an evaluation, submit a phase 1 report. Depending on the findings of that phase 1 report, they would be either good to go, and then they would do the process again in 10 years, or they would do a phase 2, which would be a more invasive inspection type to determine what repairs and schedule repairs that would be needed. If none of that was done, then in each one of those scenarios, if they didn't do what they needed to do, then an enforcement action would be taken.
Does this have any impact on any of our current buildings anywhere in the city that may have structural issues but may not have met the 25-year criteria?
This program would only be for structures within the limited criteria. We do have an unsafe structure process currently within the city that does allow us the ability to address structural concerns throughout the city, regardless whether they're in this program or not.
All right, excellent. Questions or comments from my colleagues? I see Commissioner Hay, your hand is up.
Yeah, Adam, would it be a consideration where the building is located? For example, east of I-95 versus west of I-95, taking into the fact that salt is more prevalent along the ocean side than further west inland. Is that a consideration?
As far as a consideration, what I tell you is to administer this program, those will be the factors that will determine which structures that we address first. Right, we have hundreds of structures within the city of Boynton Beach. We are prioritizing based on the age and proximity to the ocean. Those would be our top priority structures, and those and known structures that we're aware of that may have deficiencies.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything else from my colleagues? All right, I see no other questions or comments. So thank you so much. We're now going to move on to public comments specifically on this proposed ordinance. It is second reading, so this is why we allow for public comments. And you know the rules, as always, 3 minutes per person. We do have 2 podiums, folks. It's all right. Let's just get going.
So my quick question.
1 second, please state your name for the
yeah,
record.
sorry about that. Darren Cunningham again. My question or concern isn't necessarily the new implementation of rules or regulations, coding and whatnot. I know a little bit about Surfside, not everything I probably should know to make a comment on this, but it seems to me it wasn't necessarily codes that failed the building. It was corruption, if you will. So what is being implemented to have safe measures against, engineers that go out there perhaps fraudulently accept, there's been obviously accusations about kickbacks out there and whatnot. And I've worked in the homeowner association community for 30 years and I've seen an awful lot. So the greater concern for me, you can legislate, dictate all the rules and regulations you want. The safeguard wasn't, the ordinances and codes was not the problem at Surfside. So what mechanisms are moving into place to safeguard against that?
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Susan Oyer, Boynton Beach, Florida. I think this is not strict enough. I think 25 years is too long, and I even spoke with Adam about that after the first reading. I really think you should be much more proactive and lower the timing and take it down. I think you should be looking at 10 and 20 years. As you said, Commissioner Hay, the salt does damage. It does a lot of damage. And I think everything east of 95 should be checked more often. And then you look at all the flood damage west of 95, and they have different winds, different weather than east of 95. And you know what? I think we really should be more proactive. And, if nothing else, to address Ernest's issue every single week, every single meeting. But I think we should be leaders in this. This is a city of leaders. We're the 3rd biggest city in Palm Beach County. We have been leaders for decades. Let's show this and let's make this happen now. And I just don't see why you would want to drag it out and end up with the same problems that they have in Miami, because there's been a second one down there as well that, got shut down. Let's, shorten the time period, and especially let's get started on it now. So that would be my input is, don't drag it out 25 years or whatever it is. Move it up sooner. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're going to move on to online public comment speakers. Stanley, is there anybody online with their digital hands raised?
There are no people with their hands raised at this time.
All right, thank you. Public comments on this proposed ordinance is now closed. I'm going to ask, Mr. Temple, you're already at the podium. If you want to address anything you've heard, feel free to do so.
Sure. What I'll say is I believe the city's taken a leadership position on this because we are recommending a more stringent requirement, even though I do believe that the state will follow suit in some form or fashion. This is not fully legislated yet. There are, even in the Senate Bill 4D, there are requirements for the Florida Building Commission and the Florida Fire Marshals Association to provide additional information. So this is still not complete at the state level. In regards to the residents' concern about that he brought up, I'll tell you that Senate Bill 4D does more than just a building milestone inspection program. It did legislate more stringent requirements on homeowners associations and condominium associations requiring a reserve study. So although we are just doing the technical program here, there were more stringent requirements in the Senate 4D that do address some of the concerns that were brought up by the resident, but that's not what we're here for tonight. Okay.
All right, thank you. Any final questions or comments from the commission? Commissioner Kelly.
Adam. Hi. Can you I guess my question is, how we're talking about a significant number of our buildings that fall under this 25-year. So do you have an idea as to how many are under 25 years that wouldn't necessarily apply to this inspection yet? I feel like the majority of our buildings on the east side of the city or even on the west side, there's obviously there's new development, but many of the buildings are within 25 years, so they're all going to require an immediate inspection to occur. Do you have an idea, or do we know? I'm just saying, I don't know if you have it with you right now to know that information, what kind of numbers we're talking about that are going to qualify and have to be required to have these inspections done within the 180 days, and how many that we're talking about maybe fall between 10 to 25 years.
I'm not sure if we have a breakdown on which structures and what years at this point. We do have a spreadsheet. We have identified all the structures within the city of Boynton Beach. In addition to that, the state DBPR is to provide a list of structures as well to the agencies. So we know the total number of structures that meet the threshold of either being the 3 stories or above, or 4 story or greater than 3 stories. But I don't have the precise breakdown based on the years that those structures are built with me tonight. But I can certainly provide that to the commission, a breakdown of all the structures and the years that they were constructed.
All right, thank you. Is there anything else from my colleagues? Commissioner Hay?
Yes.
Is your microphone on?
So now, when it comes to best practice, Adam, is there such a number out there, like 25 years or 20 years or 10? Do you know of any such animal that exists? As far as what's the best practice that other cities have in place?
Commissioner, 25 years is really the magic number right now that everybody's going through. Before the legislature addressed this, there's been many working groups, the Engineers Association, Building Officials Associations. There's been a lot of collaboration, and it seems like the consensus was that the 40-year recertification that Miami-Dade County had wasn't sufficient enough, clearly. So that number has been reduced to 25 years. And that is now the minimum requirement in the state.
Okay.
That's the number.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the Senate bill does have a 30-year requirement outside the 3 miles from the coast. So remember that we're requesting to do just a 25-year program throughout the state. But the Senate bill has a 25-year and a 30-year, depending on the distance, the proximity of the coast. So we're requesting a standard 25-year throughout the city.
Let me make sure I understand what you were saying. You're saying 3 miles from the ocean is a difference in the reinspection. You would go to
state, correct. The Senate bill does have a breakdown based on proximity to the coast. But if you remember during my first presentation, we do have a line. We do know the breakdown of structures that fall outside that 3 miles, and it was just a handful of structures, some of them within the same neighborhood. So we felt that it was most appropriate to have a standard 25-year program throughout the city, regardless of proximity to the coast.
Okay, so rather than reduce it beyond 3 miles, we're just going to go standard
right
across the city.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anything else from my colleagues? Hearing none, now we're going to move forward with the roll call vote. Madam Clerk?
Or motion?
I'm sorry. No, there should be a motion first, yes. May I have a motion, please, to approve proposed ordinance number 22-025?
So move.
We have a motion. Is there a
Second.
second? And we have a second. The motion came from Commissioner Turkin, the second from Commissioner Hay. Now we can begin the roll call vote. Sometimes I get a little too excited, but thank you.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Turkin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hay,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cruz,
Yes.
Mayor Pensurga.
Yes.
In a roll call vote, the motion passed unanimously.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. And if the one last thing, if I could
Yeah.
say, so the next steps for us and members of the public, now that this has been adopted, we will forward this to the Florida Building Commissioner for review, for a 30-day review period. And we do plan on doing quite a bit of community outreach and hosting some forums in order to help the impacted structures in some of those communities fall in line with the program. So
Excellent.
thank you.
All right. I see that we have no items under city manager report. We're going to now move on to unfinished business. All of these items pertain to the ARPA funds. And so I'd like to begin by saying that, some of these items, if not most of these items, were initiated, discussed, and approved by the previous commission, but not exactly. And so I wanted to make sure that we wrap up everything that had already been initiated. And after we wrap up these items, we can move on to the second tranche of the ARPA funding. I also want to point out to my colleagues that, for example, item A and C, A pertains to the Small Business Assistant Grant Program. C is the funding for our in-house internship program. These are inward-facing, city-facing programs. And as such, there's no need for us to write a legal agreement with ourselves because it's to ourselves. And for that reason, if we move forward with A and C, for example, those will be final actions. There's no need for it to come back with a legal document, all right? However, item B and D, the schools as well as the Veterans Relief Fund, those require subsequent agreements to be produced, and those will be brought back to a future meeting should we decide to move forward. So for that reason, A and C will have public comment, but B and D will not until such time those agreements are brought back. Okay, so I see Mr. Durgan, you are already near the podium. Would you like to begin with item 10A, which is the Small Business Assistant Grant Program? And there's a request to move it from 345 to 350,000 to even it out. Mr. Durgan, please begin.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. John Durgan, Economic Development Manager. Just a little bit of a background on this agenda item. The City Commission on January 4th of 2022 approved a notice of funding opportunity, also referred to as a NOFO, for the administration of a small business grant program. This was not for the city to directly administer small business grants to our businesses. This was to find a for-profit or nonprofit organization to administer the program on our behalf. That total funding was $345,000 that was approved. 300 of that was going directly to small business grants. That 45,000 was an administrative cap, which is 15%, which brought you to that 345. The city did not move forward with that NOFO as well as the other NOFO that was approved that night. So the city to this point has not administered any sort of small business grants using ARPA funding. What we're asking for tonight is to allow staff to amend the small business grant program because the program was included in the NOFO. So the city commission at that time approved the actual grant program, which included all the eligibility requirements, what the documentation you need to submit, and the eligible uses. So what we're asking for tonight is for staff to be able to amend that program to meet the current economic conditions and also increase that funding to $350,000, which will be an even number where we could administer $10,000 grants to small businesses. So if this is approved tonight, staff will directly administer that small business grant program. So we won't have a third party do it, staff will do it.
Excellent. You had just answered my question. Is this something we can do in-house, save that administrative fee, and pump more of the money out to the community who are in need?
Absolutely. And I prepared a brief presentation, and I do mean brief. It's a couple slides just to give you an overview of the program and just some of the requirements and what we're looking for some input from the commission as well.
Excellent. Let's see it.
Perfect. Go to the next slide, please. But just a brief overview, the ARPA Small Business Assistance Grant Program is intended to provide direct financial assistance to businesses that were negatively impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. The goal of the program is to help small businesses keep their doors open, protect local jobs, support community recovery, and increase the resiliency of local businesses in our community. The total funding amount for the program, if approved, is going to be $350,000. And of that $350,000, eligible small businesses will receive a grant of up to $10,000. Next slide, please. There's three main eligible use categories for the grant funds. The first is revenue loss mitigation. This is essentially a business's operating cost. This goes towards payroll, utility payments, rental assistance, mortgage assistance, and any sort of operational costs a business has. And this is probably going to be the most utilized category of three. The next is facilities. This can be used for COVID-19 prevention and mitigation tactics. For example, changing your space to help with social distancing. You can use it for vaccine programs, testing, contact tracing, any sort of cleaning efforts. This was more used in the beginning of the pandemic. And the third use is business planning. The funds can be used for technical assistance if you want to hire a consultant, a counselor to help you with your business, to kind of help you plan if you're really impacted by the pandemic. So those are the three eligible uses, but again, assuming the majority, if not all, will utilize the funds for the revenue loss mitigation. Next slide, please. So the eligibility requirements, who's eligible to receive these funds? You obviously have to be a for-profit business that has been in operation prior to March 1st of 2020. That's before the pandemic started, so you can't be a new business that started after the pandemic started. Obviously, must be located within the city of Boynton Beach city limits, must have between 1 and 25 employees with annual gross sales receipts of $3 million or less. So nonprofit organizations are not eligible for this funding. And you must have experienced a loss of revenue due to the COVID-19 pandemic and be able to demonstrate that with documentation. You have to be properly licensed by all levels of government, including a city business tax receipt. Next slide, please. And we did want to get the commission's input into the eligibility requirements for the program. Just some of the guidelines that we wanted to present to you, as well as prioritizing those small businesses that did not receive any sort of COVID-19 assistance. The city has issued COVID-19 assistance not using ARPA funds, but different funds. The CRA has provided assistance, and so has the county. So we wanted to get your input to see if we wanted to prioritize those businesses that have not received any sort of funding from either the city, the county, or the CRA. And then as well as funding businesses located inside the CRA as well as outside the CRA, potentially maybe allocating a portion of that total funding to businesses within the CRA, and then allocating the rest to those outside the CRA. The CRA did administer $1 million to their businesses within their district, which is amazing. But those that were outside of their district were not eligible for that funding. So it's prioritizing those who haven't received any sort of funding. We wanted to bring that to your attention as well to get your input into those requirements. And then our anticipated launch, we anticipate to open up the application portal if the program is approved in the first quarter of 2023. Next slide. And I will take any questions you have at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Durgan. You've already answered one of my questions, which is, relating to using a third party or operating this program in-house and saving those administrative fees, allowing us to spend more of those funds to the community. Another question I have for you is, what specific criteria do you look for in the applicants? What are some items that you're looking for, and who can qualify exactly?
So it's how we really look at it, and the biggest qualifier is you have to demonstrate you've had a reduction in your revenue, your gross sales, your gross receipts. You've had some sort of economic impact to your business. If you're in the city, you're properly licensed, you were in operation prior to March of 2020, that means prior to the pandemic. If you can demonstrate that loss of revenue, which the majority of our business unfortunately did experience, those are the only eligibility requirements. We wanted to make it as easy as possible and streamline that so we can turn those applications around as soon as possible.
And my final question for now is, what about oversight? These are federal funds and we want to make sure we meet the guidelines. So when these individuals spend it, do they send a report back to you? Anything like that?
Yeah, so if a business has demonstrated that loss of revenue, that's an automatic indicator that they're eligible to use those funds for whatever means. We can put in place that they have to report back to us what they utilize those funds for in our agreement with them, because we will sign an agreement with each business who does receive a grant. We can put in the agreement that you have to report back at a certain time what you use those funds for, so we can include it in our report to the feds.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much. I just want to make sure that's a part of that, because we have heard many stories of, not all businesses, of course, but those unfortunate few who have abused those funds during COVID times. So I'll now move on to my colleagues, and if my colleagues have any questions or comments, and remember, ultimately, we need to give direction to Mr. Durgan and staff on those two parameters. If we could move the slide back to the previous slide. All right. The question is, do we prioritize those small businesses that did not already receive COVID funding? And what about the location? Are there any geographic limitations? All right, so let's begin with Commissioner Hay. We'll go around the dais.
Yes, I certainly would like to look at prioritizing those that did not receive before. I know the CRA has to operate within the CRA region, but I think us as a city should really look at all of the businesses in Boynton. And naturally, I would like to fund all of them, but that may not be possible. And that being said, certainly prioritize those who did not receive anything from the last time we went through this effort is my position. And then we go from there. So I would like to see the prioritizing. Was that the answer to?
Yes, that's exactly. All right, Vice Mayor Cruz.
Yeah, I happen to agree. I think we need to prioritize businesses that did not receive COVID assistance. And then also focusing on businesses in the entire city of Boynton Beach, not only in the CRA area.
All right, excellent. Commissioner Turkin?
I agree with my colleagues.
Okay, short and sweet, thank you. Commissioner Kelly?
I agree as well. I have a couple of questions though. John, I'm curious to know, I mean, $10,000 when you're talking about a business that's lost revenue over the course of potentially 2 years, it is really not a lot. So I wonder, I guess my question is, what are some, what's the average amount that you're seeing that people are asking for, being able to show proof of their lost revenue? Because I don't want to say it's limited to $10,000 and then we have people who have a clear need of, you know, I mean, I was just thinking 25,000 was like, you know, a good number. Under 25,000, I think that, you know, would, if they have that need and, you know, it's a business in our city, then I just wanted, so I was curious if you knew what the average is, you know, that they're asking for.
Yeah, that's a great question. So unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to know an average because when they do apply, there's already a set limit to what they can receive. But I can tell you, looking at the documentation they submit, profit and loss statements, their tax returns, it's, you know, 100% of the time it's over $10,000 is their loss, unfortunately. And we do see other jurisdictions who, you know, have a great deal of funding, like the county provided their restart program that was 25,000. I know the CRA did 10. So it really depends on the jurisdiction of how much they're funding and how much total funding there is available. But I can tell you from just, you know, looking at the documentation from a small business, you know, it's always over $10,000 in a lost revenue.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think that any little bit, I agree that any little bit that we can do helps, but I just wonder, I also don't want to limit it. I'm just thinking, limit it to $10,000 and then there's a greater need there. And I just wanted some input on that. I just was, you know, trying to think of, you know, these small businesses that have potentially been had lost revenue of, you know, over the last 2 years, you know, although $10,000 is helpful, could we do more? That's, you know, that's kind of, you know, where I am, is thinking that, you know, if $10,000 is where everyone wants to go, then that's fine. I just was kind of curious what kind of the average,
1 second.
you know, what the county is doing, and the county is doing 25, and what maybe other cities are, you know, and the CRA is doing 10. So, but they also have other various grant programs that are available too for small business. So, so that was my only real, you know, question about that was, you know, is that enough? Is $10,000 enough Do we think that we're going to have a greater need where we need to limit it to $10,000, or should we look at increasing that grant opportunity? But I agree with my colleagues as far as we don't want to award it. And this is kind of piggybacking on that maybe we consider having the grant a little bit higher, because if we're talking about people who have not gotten anything from anywhere else, they've gotten no other assistance from the county and no other assistance from the CRA. This is their only means of trying to recoup some of that. So I agree that I think we need to, if we're focusing on small businesses that have not received any grants or any benefits from other opportunities, then maybe we consider increasing that a little bit, maybe not to 25, but that's just my thoughts on that.
Commissioner, just as a follow-up, is there a number that you would be comfortable with? I know it's not 10, but it's more than 10.
It's more than 10 and less than 25. I don't know, 20,000 is what I'm thinking. Like, I mean, I just think that if we're honing in on small businesses that have not gotten any grant funding from anywhere else, and we're their sole opportunity for grants, then I feel like it should be more than $10,000.
Commissioner Kelly, you make an excellent point, and I agree with you. I'm comfortable with the $20,000 per allocation. I would just add on top of that two things, one for us and one for staff. The first item being, if we do increase it to 20 per allocation, that we also increase the total amount. Because if we don't increase the total amount of funding, all we're doing is reducing the number of people who can apply for it. So I would be in favor of that, as well as increasing the total amount. But for staff, I'd like to also for you to consider, why is it that some businesses weren't able to get any of the other programs? That's something important to look into, because that'll shape how you'll proceed with the program and how you'll work with businesses. So just keep that in the back of your mind. I saw, let's go with Vice Mayor Cruz, then Commissioner Hay.
I agree with you. I think that, if certain businesses have not received more than, any sort of help at all in the past, $10,000 might not cut it. However, it makes me think about, if we're going to give more money per business, then we're decreasing the amount of businesses that are going to get support, unless, of course, we're increasing the total amount. Something that we could do potentially is to create a pilot program where maybe we do the 20,000, we keep the amount that we have at this time, and then make it a one-time thing. And then if there is further need in the future, we could do a second pilot program, or extend it, or something like that, of that sort. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but Mayor, when you asked the question of what is the reason for some businesses to maybe not having received any aid or not having applied in the past, I personally have worked with, before I got elected, I was trying to help local businesses get grants and that sort of thing. And the reason why they didn't do it, it's because they didn't have the staff, they didn't have the knowledge, or their staff didn't have the time or the expertise to actually apply for these grants. So I think that having somebody in staff that can support these businesses, that can be a liaison to really spoon feed or hold their hand through the process for these businesses would be ideal. I know you had like 2 coordinator positions open. I'm not sure where we're at with that. Maybe we can have an update on that. But that's kind of where my brain went to having that support system for the businesses.
Yeah, absolutely. So that we're in the process of interviewing for one of the positions right now. The second one, we were anticipating in the beginning of the new year going out and posting that position. But, that's exactly what we were looking for in that position, is being that what we call white glove. We liaison them through that process. And you're absolutely right. The biggest challenge is for a small business, one, they don't know about the program. And two, they don't have the proper documentation to support their application. So those are the 2 biggest challenges. But if we have someone on site who can help them through that process, I think it would be great.
All right, Commissioner Hay.
Yes, John. Can you tell me how many businesses we had the last time we went through this effort? And I asked that question because if you do the math, and I think I'm right in my head, 300,000 10,000, that's 30 businesses. Did we have 30 businesses before? And do you anticipate maybe this time it's going to be larger, smaller? Can you give me a feel for that?
Yeah, I anticipate there being a lot more than 30. The first time around, we didn't actually administer the program, so there wasn't any applications received, but I can, from what I'm seeing in the community, we'll have more than 30 applications.
Just throw a number out there. Hate to put you on the spot.
No, it's a good question because there was a round of funding that was available that we thought we would receive a lot more. And again, it's getting the word out. You know, if you're a small business owner, you're wearing 10 hats at one time, so you may not know about the program. But I would anticipate, if I'm throwing a rough ballpark number out there, I would say 40 to 50, depending on the outreach. And, you know, we have a lot of our businesses that are really engaged and involved. The ones that we do see reoccurring to get those grants time and time again. So it's working on getting out to the ones who have no engagement with the city. They haven't received any funding.
That gives us a way of figuring out how much we need to increase it by, at least get a ballpark, a feel for what we want to do. I do agree with what you're saying, Commissioner Kelly. I think it's an excellent idea, but we need to look at these things to make sure that we're doing the best with what we have, and whether or not we have those funding that can go that route and not cut someone else short. So 60 sound like a good number, and you can do the math from there.
Okay, Commissioner Turkin.
I think one thing that we haven't brought up is like the type of businesses. You know, if I have loss of revenues in the tens and thousands or hundreds of thousands, you know, as a small business owner, you know, it's more of an impact to my employees, my staff, my clientele, compared to, you know, maybe someone that does, you know, $300,000 in revenue. So I think this is a tough thing to look at. I agree with maybe looking into raising these funds. I would also like to look at, if we did raise the maximum cap to 20,000, you know, maybe have a cap for businesses in the CRA district, because we do a lot on that side, you know, of the program. And I believe they have tiers too, based on the type of businesses with the CRA grants. I don't know if that's what you're looking at now, but that may be a good idea, so that, hey, if our concern is how many businesses can we help, let's look at who's been impacted financially, right? And look at those metrics. And, you know, if 5,000 might make or break someone's week, we don't know. And 10,000 might not, you know, make a huge impact in a larger business. Everything helps, but I think if our goal here is to help as many businesses as possible, I think there's a couple other things that we need to look at. So maybe that tier program could help. I don't know. That's just kind of what's in my head right now, and if that's even possible. So that's my input. But I do agree with my colleagues. You know, this is important, and I'm on the wagon of helping as many people as we can. And again, you know, a lot of businesses did bounce back from COVID. We can't help the ones that, you know, unfortunately had to close their doors, but we can do our part. And so, you know, I'll leave my comments with that as to, you know, how be more strategic with this, I think, is kind of where I'm going with.
Yeah, we can certainly do that. I know that the CRA's tiered system is based off of industry. And so maybe we can look at something along the lines of a tier based off of their total gross receipts and sales, depending on how much revenue a business operates. If it's $3 million or 200,000, that 5,000 or 10,000 might help and go a longer way. So we can absolutely take a look at, you know, having that tier system and be more strategic in how we administer the funds.
To be clear, the tiered system is about the type of business. For example, restaurants had higher priority in the CRA tier system. Commissioner Turkin, is that what you intended? I just want to make sure that's
I think
we're on the
that's
same page.
You know, the type of business, you know, like retail, barbershop. I think the type of business, but I also think at looking at, what your annual revenues are, what's your EBITDA, right? Like what's your bottom line? And like, hey, how were you impacted, by COVID? Were we not able to open the doors? Did we not have staff? I think there's a lot of questions there. I don't necessarily know if an industry tier. I think I'm thinking more objectively with metrics, like how much did we lose? Here's what you're eligible for, right? That's kind of where my head's at. I don't know what you guys think. I don't know if that's going to take a while. I'd rather try to help people as quick as possible.
So if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Durgan, you said that you're going to evaluate and they have to prove the actual lost revenue.
Correct.
Okay, so they'll be able to assess that precise question. All right.
So we can, so just so we get clarification, we can tier it based off of
lost revenues.
Lost revenue. If that's what we're looking for, I'll be more than happy to take a look at that and bring that back to you guys. Absolutely.
All right. Let's go ahead to Commissioner Hay, then Commissioner Kelly.
Now that makes sense what Commissioner Turkin is saying, because if we go, let's say we go with 60 businesses this year at 20,000, you're talking 1.2 million. Well, we're going to go from $300,000 to 1.2 million is a big jump. But if we do it by the tier, what do we really? So it's good that you're going to look at that, because that would help us out to be able to spread the wealth proportionally based on their needs. Okay, so great.
Commissioner Kelly, you were next.
Yeah, so one of the things that Vice Mayor Cruz brought up was kind of making this almost like a pilot, which is kind of what this is. And I just wonder if, and I agree with her, I think that unfortunately, we don't know what the need is. And so the only way that we're going to find that out and be able to establish the metrics to see if we're doing enough is to just do something. So, so I think that, anything that we can get off the ground and get going, then we can then start establishing, do we need to help more, or are we helping enough, or, and how those metrics fit in. So, I think that this is like our pilot program for this small business grant. And so I just wanted to piggyback on Vice Mayor Cruz's comments that's, I agree that we need to get this going. So.
All right, Vice Mayor.
I hate to add more stuff because I know we
have. Oh, no, listen, that's fine. This is good discussion.
Okay. The CRA grant program, if you look at the flyer, if I remember correctly, because it's been a while, I think that the economic development grant program, it's almost verbatim, the same amounts, the same tiers, the same sort of thing, except that it's being managed by different people. So the east side ones are managed by CRA, and then the remaining of the city are managed by economic development. But that makes me think about, as we talked earlier about tiers and that sort of thing, there's restaurants, so basically what I'm trying to get at is we already have the tier program. And if we have a maximum of 20, let's say theoretically speaking, $20,000 for that program, then maybe we can not have to reinvent the wheel, but rather use the actual programs that are already being used by CRA as well as economic development to be able to provide those funding for grants for businesses. That's what I was thinking.
Vice Mayor? Yes, it does make sense. And you know what I'm going to say, right? If we can keep it simple. I'm not going to go there. I was going to do my kiss.
You're going to do a kiss.
But Vice Mayor, one second. Vice Mayor, I think you make a good point. Our CRA is already running a small business grant assistance program. There's already tier systems and checks and balances already in place. I think, to simplify it, why don't we just take that program and extend it to the city with these funds? So I'm okay with that as well. But let's hear from my colleagues. I know some of you were about to chime in. Was that you, Commissioner Turkin, or was that?
We
Commissioner
have
Kelly?
we have a tier system that's based on revenue losses.
No, so the tier system for the CRA, if I'm not mistaken, is based off of industry. So it's not based off of lost revenue. So that there's the only difference when you're looking for kind of trying to tier it based off of revenue. Theirs is based off of industry.
Okay. Got it. So can we move forward and move forward with whatever cap that we have that we're comfortable with, and then award those, with a highlight of the CRA program and look at lost revenues? Because that would make, I think, the most sense
I think that's a good compromise.
to impact the most amount of business owners possible.
Absolutely. The only difference is for the CRA program, it is based off of industry, but their program is a commercial build out. So that funding goes to interior, exterior build out, where the eligible uses for the ARPA funds have to be COVID related. So those are the eligible uses verbatim from the final ruling. So they can use it. The eligible uses will be different versus the CRA program. It's for commercial build out. These will be used for operating costs and,
Right.
and things
Exactly. I'm confident that staff will be able to manage that.
Fantastic.
All right. Anything else before I bring us to a conclusion here? Commissioner Kelly, do you want to add anything else?
No, thank you.
All right. Just so we're Vice Mayor, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Sorry, just
We'll do a wrap up in a
Yeah,
moment, but I
yeah.
want everyone to get all their comments out. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I hate talking so much. Okay. With that in mind, and as you mentioned with the revenue and that sort of thing, can we bring something to the next commission meeting if we're having one on the 20th, where we can look at the same, like different tiers of the different types of businesses, and then obviously with the maximum of $20,000, kind of like make it similar to the amounts that they're getting. Obviously, these grants are for brand new businesses. It's not just CRA, it's also like the rest of the city economic development, but it's basically equal programs really, if in just different areas. So maybe bringing something back to the next commission meeting where we can actually take a vote on the final amounts that we're going to give and then decide like how much we're going to give to each tier. I think that would make sense so that we can have like a full program that's like organized, that's purposeful, and that makes sense for the businesses.
That's certainly an option. And John, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I can certainly do that and bring some options back to the commission on how those tiers look based off of revenue
right.
loss.
So before you do go away, let's make sure we have a summary consensus here. Number one, are we all in agreement that we're going to raise the cap of individual allocations to up to $20,000?
Yes.
Up to.
We're all in agreement on that. Okay. Number two, are we all in agreement that we are prioritizing small business that did not already receive COVID-19 related funding?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, we're all in agreement on that. And are we all in agreement that these are for businesses all throughout the city and not just prioritized to the CRA region?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So are we all in agreement that we're going to consider income loss, not income loss, revenue loss as part of the consideration for how we tier these systems? Are we in agreement on that?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Durgan, I believe you have enough direction for you to draft a program and for you to bring it back to the next commission meeting for final discussion, public comment, and voting. All right.
I appreciate it.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Durgan. One more thing. What I did not hear from my colleagues is we're comfortable with increasing the individual allocation to 20K, but I did not hear anything about the total amount that we cap it to. I hear some sighs.
Can you repeat that?
Yes. So what about the total amount that we put aside for the whole program?
For the program.
Total pot.
Okay.
Because if we increase the individual allocation, we want to make sure that, we bump this up a little bit at least.
Would not this be based on some of the input we get back from
It can be.
John, and then we can make that decision at that time?
It can be, certainly.
Yes, I would like to do that.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Durgan.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. So now we're moving on to the next item 10B, and this is a request that I've brought forward for an allocation to our local schools. And, let me just begin by saying that the previous commission had started to discuss funding schools, and they did agree to do that. Unfortunately, I only saw only a couple of schools on that list, and they were a small amount of monies. All right. So when I saw that, I said, how come only these schools got it? And I immediately said, you know what? Let me speak to all the principals. I want to make sure they know about this opportunity. And over the summer, I had met with all the school principals, and they shared with me some remarkable stories. And one of the repeating patterns in all those conversations, whether it was Congress Middle School or Cross Point or Point Siena, was that our schools made significant progress in bouncing back from COVID and online learning. And one of the most interesting facts was that they are so close to the next letter grade. They are on the edge, they're on the tipping point. And when I heard that and I realized it's a recurring story, I'm like, you know what? This is prime for intervention. If we want to make a difference, we're not going to make a difference with $5,000, with a school of thousands, collectively, right? Thousands of students. We need a moonshot action. We need something that's really going to make a difference and push these schools over the edge and improve those letter grades. And think about it. What I'm proposing is an allocation of $100,000 to each of our schools, minus the monies that had already been previously allocated, which is why you see an odd number. Think about the impact that will make to schools, in fact, all of our schools that are predominantly low-income families that are on free and reduced lunch. This is going to be a game changer. It's going to change the culture, and it's going to make a significant impact. So if we want to make a moonshot decision to make real and lasting impact, this could be it. And this is why I am proposing. And to be fair, we're going to do it across the board. On top of that, I have asked today to come and speak on this item, Dr. Peter Licata, who is our area superintendent. And so if any of you have any questions about our schools, Dr. Licata can answer those. And all right, so I believe that's a summary of my proposal. And thank you, Dr. Licata, for coming here. And now I'll move it to my colleagues if they have any questions or comments. Commissioner Turkin.
Nope, I'm right on board with you, Mayor. So I think this is a great thing to bring forward, and you've got my support on this. But thank you for showing up. I don't have any questions for you, and just ask that you use the money wisely and equally.
So if the mayor obliges for me to take a minute or two, I know many of you up here. I moved to Boynton Beach in 1979. Commissioner Woodrow up at Waitsbird Farm on North US 1. I think you remember that.
Yes.
Been here since then. Kids grew up and went to school here. I manage and oversee 61 schools from Forest Hill Boulevard all the way south to Boca Raton. And you can see the difference of schools from those and those that have and those that don't have. What I see is city schools in Boynton Beach, which are largely free and reduced students. We're the most disadvantaged group when we went through these last 2.5, 3 years. This is a city that I live in. This is a city my kids grew up in, went to school here. This is a city that I own just as much as everyone else here. Our schools are on the cusp of doing something unique. And when you see the Boca Raton does so much and Delray touts, and I love Delray, and I'm certainly not going to disparage anyone, but Wellington touts. You know, I hear NOFO over here from Durgan, Mr. Durgan, all the time, but there is another four-letter word out there called FOMO, fear of missing out. And right now, our students from Boynton Beach are sort of missing out. And throwing money at students is just not an answer. Throwing money at students gives us options. And it also makes us accountability for how we spend it. And there will be accountability measures. It's not going to be spent without me seeing it and without a neutral group of folks that are not part of our district in any way, or we go through the Wellington model, which they do as well. What we're seeing in our industry is our teachers are exhausted. We have vacancies at every school. We've had vacancies from Boca all the way up, and we can't ask our teachers to do anymore. Our kids are doing as much as they can, but there are pieces that are missing, and we're trying to fill those gaps, but some of those gaps have to be done with new innovative thinking. It can't be done with old systems. Anyone who's been around a school knows that students look differently at school than we did, especially me, being so old. Reality is we have to look at those closely. Now, I've met with my instructional superintendents. I have 4 of them that oversee 1 or 2 or 3 schools within this area. And we talked today at length about how we're going to do this. And we're not going to just say, here's some money, figure it out. We are going to sit down with those principals and make sure that we go through, and we need data supporting why we're making these decisions. And we're not going to make decisions for parties and such. We're going to make difficult decisions about academic success and making sure that Cross Point, that was just near an A, gets to that A. That Poinciana moves up to that A. That, you know, Citrus Cove is an A, it stays A. Freedom Shores is an A. We want to make sure that Boynton Beach High is not a C. We want to make it a B. High schools are harder to get to than A. Congress Middle School, middle schools are the hardest places to teach and learn because of some of the conditions that are put forth by the state. We want to see Congress Middle School move into a B. We've heard some good things about Congress tonight. And money just doesn't do that, but money gives us choices and opportunities. And if City of Boynton gets in the game here, my city, I'm going to be more than proud, and I'm certainly going to be a hawk about making sure of this. So you have my commitment from this perspective and my principal's commitment that we will be in a room together and we will continually report out if necessary, but we will also make sure there's an oversight committee to this, that we're not just spending it because it's extra money, because there is no such thing as extra money. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm always available. I think all of you know me. Most of you have my cell number. Anything you need from me is absolutely, I just happen to be one of those folks you can call me at any time and text me at any time. And that's important because communication and making sure the kids in the city, the students in the city, which is our future, and the only gift we can give them is great education moving forward and making the city better. And it's already a great city. That's why I still live here. Any questions, statements, comments?
All right, let's hear it from my colleagues. Who would like to begin? Vice Mayor Cruz?
Thank you for coming today. God, my voice is still terrible. I had the opportunity to go to Congress Middle School and meet with the principal, do a tour of the school, and as well as Boynton Beach High School. And I believe that there are different opportunities for us to support the school that are maybe not directly academic per se, or somewhat similar to academic. Let me explain. When I went to Congress Middle School, we did a tour with our school board member, and as we toured different classrooms, I got to see the STEM programs, other programs, and when I went into the chorus room, it broke my heart to see the piano almost breaking down. Like the chair was like partially open, and I'm going to tell you guys how it is. And this is our schools. And when we have parents coming to our schools thinking to move into Boynton Beach and they see that, it's not going to be attractive. When we have businesses wanting to relocate to Boynton Beach, the parents are not going to want to come and work here because of that situation. And that's something that we've talked about on the commission before. But with that being said, I want to put it on the record that I want to make sure that the money that goes to Congress Middle School, we take a tiny portion of that and get a new piano for a chorus teacher, because that's super important for the kids. It's going to change morale for the teacher himself, and it's going to change morale for the children in that classroom. Yeah, it was just great to see. So that's just one little thing. I think taking the time to go and see the schools can really open your eyes to, I don't want to say a can of worms, but the opportunity of how we can support. And so there are a few things that I have some detailed ideas of how we can help. For example, in Boynton Beach High School, their entire courtyard is open, and the only way of coverage from sun exposure or from rain are umbrellas. I want to change that. I want to see if we can use that money in any way to create, I don't want to say solar panels because that's probably over $100,000, but maybe a different sort of shade to have the kids be able to hang out if it's raining, and not just have to be, you know, in the corner of the courtyard. Like when I went to school, like my entire school, I went to Boca Middle, Boca High, like I never had to have an open courtyard. And I think the kids of Boynton Beach deserve better. So I want to thank the mayor for bringing this up. I want to thank the commission for supporting this as well. But when you talk about an oversight committee, I would like for us to be part of that oversight committee, because we are providing that funding. I want to make sure that whatever money is being spent, before it's being spent, we can kind of provide some sort of an approval process or consensus of some sort, so that we know that it's going for the purposes that we are seeking to receive.
May I respond to a couple of things?
Absolutely.
First
Go
and
ahead.
foremost, improving academics doesn't always mean something that's on the academic side. Morale and culture is huge, especially when it talks about arts and what's moving forward and creating what I call remediation jail. Sometimes when a student is a low reader, they never get to see an elective. And what drives students sometimes is something they never see, and then that feeling for school. So let's make sure we're opening those opportunities. And yes, absolutely, one of my children's a piano player. She's now an attorney, but if she didn't have that, I don't know if she would be as successful as she was. I know you said you went to Boca Middle. Hopefully I was not your principal at that time.
I don't remember.
You're in middle school.
Yes. So yes, and agreed. This is not our money. This is money that the city of Boynton wants to allocate to our schools. And out of absolute respect, that's the way it should be. And when we see it that way, that's the way we need to treat it. And I believe that the Wellington model has been doing it for a few years, and that's a really strong model. And I'll get with that, and we'll start working through that a little bit. Superintendent Burke has spoken with me, and I've spoken with the CFO, and we're all on the same page about making sure that there's oversight and we do it the right way.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hay?
Yeah, just a few comments. Thank you for coming. Okay. But, we don't invest in our kids. What are we here for? So I'm all for this program, 110%. If this might push them over the edge to increase that letter grade, so be it. We've always been the trailblazers, if you would think so. Maybe we can encourage other cities to do the same thing in terms of giving funding to the schools. And as we look at these schools, each school has its own identity, and I leave it up to you, who are the experts, to know what that is and try to enhance that for the betterment. Like Ponciano, I still think about that planetarium thing that we went to see is just awesome. And to think about the fact that that's the only one of its kind east of the Mississippi is just phenomenal. And when we were there the last time as a commission, they part of the dream was to replace some of the old equipment that's in there. I think that would be on the list of things to do. You look at Boynton Beach High School, they have the aerodynamic program. And I think that's another one that really puts us on the map. And I'm sure other schools have the same thing. I don't want to, say that they're not, but I just think this is a wonderful, wonderful idea. And as you stated, we just don't want to throw money at people, but you guys sit down, you the experts, make that list of the needs of those schools and take care of those needs. We're here to support you do your job better. And for the whole of Boynton Beach, our kids, we can't do enough. I know I can't do enough for our kids because they are the future right now. Okay. When I need to do something on this thing that I can't figure out,
Me too.
okay.
Guilty.
All I have to do is find a 7 or 8 year old, maybe even younger, and they know, oh, this is what you do, Grandpapa, do this way. And it just amazes me. So we need to keep that growing. Okay.
Couple of things, planetarium, huge, and yes, it requires almost 10,000 just to run it a year, and that's allocated from the district, but that's just a minimum to run it. Boynton Aerospace, I mean, these kids are leaving with college degrees virtually and advanced degrees when they leave, and it's a very diverse group, and this is really a special program over there. Reality is we also have more than 1 year here, so as much time As we think we have, we don't, but the reality is we're not getting graded this year. We hold our grades per the state, per the governor, but then next year we get graded on a new system and assessment. We're going to have we have an assessment this week, and next week it's the middle assessment. We usually do that assessment in-house. This time it's from the state. So we're going to have to adjust a little bit and see those pieces as well, because it's going to look different. And with this type of equity coming this way, we will have that opportunity to pivot a lot quicker, make the appropriate plans in place to make sure we're addressing what the state is asking as their standards and what their minimum standards are, and making sure we're well above it. So once we get to the 3 and the 4s above there, we're getting those A's. We're getting those A's. And I certainly would love to be standing up here and touting big A's in a year and a half from now about what we did and how this money made the difference.
One last question. Have you noticed, is there a common string through all of these schools and what you found that they need?
Math has been hit hard. Math requires constant, and for any educators out there, we know that block scheduling is difficult for a tough math student who struggles with math. As the son of an algebra teacher, and my wife is an algebra curriculum writer currently, that suffered because you don't have that constant. It's like a language. You got to hear it and do it all the time, or else you lose it quickly. So math is one of our concerns. And remember, we're not good in math in this country. And let's try and change that. Let's change the narrative. We have an opportunity to change that narrative. So that would be the common theme among that.
Excellent. Thank you.
Is there anything else from my colleagues? Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you, Dr. Licata, for coming. And this is an amazing opportunity, a unique opportunity that we have as a city to get behind our kids and to support them in ways that the school district can't. The school district, came out of COVID a lot stronger technology-wise, but I know that they are still lots of road ahead technology-wise. And so I'm excited to see what the schools are going to come up with, because this is changing. This is life changing for these schools, and so I'm excited about it. I agree with getting some feedback, but I don't want to hold anything up either. I don't want us to have to and I don't want a decision for a project to be held up, to be approved by us, or for us to see it. But I want to hear those stories. I want to hear from the schools. I would love to have an update, when, as these projects start unfolding and as these schools start using this funding, to hear from you and to hear from the schools, what they're doing with this funding. I'm super excited about this, and I am 100% behind this, and I'm excited. So
You mentioned technology, and I spoke with the mayor last week about some things.
Could you move closer to the microphone, please?
I spoke with the mayor last week. We met graciously. He allowed me in that beautiful view of the city over that office. Wonderful. We are one-to-one, basically, each child. But remember, when a child computer goes down, we have to replace it. And do we have the replacement on the campus? Do we have it there? In some cities and some places, mom and dad can go out and do that right away. And in places they can't, those are the students that are going to be maybe waiting a few days. And that few days could be instrumental. That week could be instrumental in them getting behind. So we have to look at that as well. Anything to close that gap. And we're doing it. We're doing it better than almost anyone in the state right now. But that doesn't mean we're done with it. So you're spot on. You're spot on.
Can I just follow up with
Absolutely.
one quick thing? Because it just, we were recently at the National League of Cities Conference, and several of the classes were about bridging basically the broadband gap.
Right.
And I know that everyone got really on board and behind improving the internet and the broadband with COVID, to make sure that our students were getting the internet and the access they needed in order to do at-home learning. And it's not something you need to answer tonight, because you probably don't have that information, but I'm curious to know, because I feel like things have kind of slowed down. And we had buses that had Wi-Fi that were going to different parts of the city, and I want to make sure that we're staying on top of the need internet wide, broadband base and for the students. That's something that's important to me, that, all the students in Boynton Beach and county and have access to not only the computers, but if, what's good as a computer if they don't have internet access. So I'm just curious to know, like I said, you don't have to tell me tonight, but where are we on making sure that Wi-Fi is still going out to, to the,
That's an easy
kids?
takeaway. I'll have those numbers and such. Dr. Adam Miller, who runs our chief of accountability, usually works with that. We had his predecessor was big on working with Xfinity, but there are other agencies out there that have provided that. We do know that some students go home and use their parents' cellular hotspot, and if their parents are home or not at home at work, then they're sort of stuck. And we don't want that. So we can look at that. I'll get you those numbers. That they're readily available for the most part. I don't think I can create numbers, but I can get those for buses and such like that. No problem. That's an easy one.
Yeah,
I'll get it submitted to y'all.
that would be great. Yeah, because I know there were some other cities that were talking about, some of the big for-profit internet providers. If somebody has an unpaid bill, then they have no internet. And so you have students who are going home and need to do schoolwork and they need to have access. And so I want to make sure that we stay on top of also, citywide, making sure that our kids have, what they need at home as well. So.
Excellent. Any other questions or comments for Dr. Licata while he's here, for my colleagues? All right, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we have consensus. And council, I know we don't have a formal agreement just yet, and so I'm going to ask if you could please bring back those agreements for us to vote on in the next meeting.
Right. Well, I don't know if it'll be the next meeting. I don't
Or
know what the
whenever,
timing
as
is,
soon
but
as it's
yes, those
possible.
agreements will come back to you once you approve this allocation.
All right.
And Mr. Cirillo, you'll work through our attorneys as well if necessary. for that.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure they're familiar with it. Make sure those agreements, because we want them tight.
Yep.
But make us accountable as well.
Have them reach out to me tomorrow to make sure I have their contact information.
I will do so. Thank you all for
All right.
what you do. Appreciate it. And Boynton Beach is a
Dr.
great
Licata,
place.
thank you so much. And I'm confident that you will build a good team to make sure that all of our schools' needs are served and that you'll bring accountability to the funding of these schools. At this time, if there's nothing else, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve this allocation
So moved.
Second.
to all of our 9 public schools. We have a motion. What, Commissioner Turkin, that was you? And who was the second? Commissioner Kelly. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone. And I just want to say to all of you, to my colleagues on the dais, that with our action tonight, Boynton Beach is leading. We are leading. And I can tell you that we're putting other cities on notice, because if we can do this, they should be as well. So council, you said in perhaps the next meeting or two.
As soon as we can get it together, yes,
Okay.
we will.
All right.
Absolutely.
Is that a meeting or two?
Probably, just to be honest with you.
Okay.
Yes, to be honest with you, but we'll work as quickly as we can to get it
All right.
back to you.
Well, we
Have you,
appreciate it.
have you here more often, Mike?
All right, we're now going to move on to the next item on the agenda. And this is 10C, approve the use of ARP funding in the amount of $350,000 to develop and implement the Boynton Beach internship program for high school and college students. So Dr. Licata, this is also another opportunity. Let's have staff introduce this item. And do we have Mr. Durgan? Or
I was going to speak to this
you-
item.
Okay, Catherine, either one. Let's hear from somebody to introduce this item.
Catherine Matos, Assistant City Manager. I'm really, really excited about this item. You talk about leading, I call it being a game changer. And I think that this internship opportunity is an opportunity for the city to really put Boynton Beach on the map in terms of leading by creating a pipeline from our schools into city employment. And the internship would cover juniors and seniors in high school, and then college students and potentially recent graduates. And I can tell you from my own personal experience, I graduated from college having no idea what I wanted to do, and I didn't even know local government was a thing. And I did an internship and fell absolutely in love and found my life's passion at a little village down in Miami-Dade County called Pinecrest. And I still keep in touch with the manager there. She's my lifelong mentor. And it brought me into this amazing career field that is absolutely fulfilling. So we want to provide that opportunity to students in Boynton Beach by partnering with our local schools and creating opportunities in just about every department within the city to give them opportunities to work in a professional environment. We'll also provide them with mentoring, coaching, and also HR. HR really put this program together, so I want to give credit to Danielle Goodrich, our assistant HR director. But we would be also hosting workshops for the students, lunch and learns, where they would learn things like financial literacy, how to pay off and manage student loans, interviewing skills, workplace etiquette, public speaking, and really just providing them with mentor opportunities as well as job skills by working within our departments. So it's an exciting opportunity. And if you have any other questions, and if you have any nuanced questions, I may call Danielle up, but feel free to ask any.
All right, thank you, Catherine. Who would like to begin from the dais? Vice Mayor Cruz?
I know you mentioned recent graduates. Is that part of the program?
Yeah, I mean, I typically, sometimes like me, graduates graduate and they don't have any idea what they want to do. So I would love to capture that audience. So we'd probably put a limit like 6 months or a year post-graduation.
Yeah, I think more like a year because sometimes people go to college, you know, like you said, and they're not sure what they want to do. So if we can give people an opportunity to be part of this internship program after graduation, like that's really, I mean, that should really be our target, people that are graduating college. High school is as well. I don't know, like, can we talk a little bit about what kind of jobs a junior in high school would do in the city?
Yeah.
So I can like.
The opportunities are limitless. I can think of a few off the top of my head, just partnering with working with our events team and helping to put, manage events and learning what that's all about. Working with any department really, there's lots of opportunity. Danielle, if you want to speak more detailed.
Yes, hi, Danielle Goodrich, Deputy Director of Human Resources and Risk Management. Correct. So while we were putting this program together, I'm thinking having an opportunity in every department to have an intern or multiple interns, because with the amount of money that we have. So I would love 5 interns myself, because we have the work that they can do there, and again, get their foot in the door and learn recruitment process, FMLA, anything related to that field if they're interested in it, so that they can have, again, an opportunity to have a new career.
Excellent. Anything else while Danielle's up here from my colleagues? No questions or comments? Commissioner Kelly?
I feel like I have to say.
No, you don't have to.
No, I think this is a great program. I think this is another thing that, it sets us apart. And it gives students an opportunity to see what they want to do. And just like Catherine said, she had no idea what local government was until she did an internship. And so to be able to capture local students and potentially keep them here. I think a high school student, starting, in events or in marketing or even in utilities or things like that, and really testing where they see themselves. I think this is it's a great opportunity for them. It's a great opportunity for us to have new and young ideas, because they really can, change progress. So, and make a difference. So I'm excited about this.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Hay.
The only comment I would make is that this internship program is long overdue.
Definitely.
Okay, we should have had this going a long time ago, but now is the right time.
Yeah.
So I'm excited about it. We'll be praying for this program to be successful. And if I can be of any help, mentoring or whatever, just let me know.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Do you want to intern?
Yeah, for your job.
Well, Danielle, thank you so much, and Catherine, and to the rest of the team. I concur with what Commissioner Hay said. This is long overdue. And let me also say that if I had a request, it would be that we prioritize, not limit, but prioritize Boynton students.
Yes.
All right.
Definitely.
We want to be able to, as much as we can, build that homegrown base.
For sure.
And we all know that we have lots of vacancies throughout the city. And this is the ultimate goal, right? It's not just to have a program, but to gradually and systematically fill those positions as people work their way through and expose them. And I know, I'll just give you one example. It was not an internship program. I recently found out about Kendra's story, Kendra Brown, right? She started cleaning and now she's worked her way up to administrative assistant, just by way of an example. And I think we can find more people like that. And we have plenty of talent in Boynton.
Yes.
They just need opportunities. So thank you again to staff. Commissioner Turkin, final comments?
Yeah, just want to piggyback. Kendra's the best. If you're listening, if you're in, love you, Kendra. I would also like y'all to look at recently discharged veterans as well. I know, big thing when you get out of service is you don't know what you want to do. So I would like the
Excellent
staff
point.
to look at that as well.
Excellent.
Yes, I love that. That's great.
All right. Anything else? Last call? Last call? All right. Vice Mayor Cruz.
Okay. If we think about, like, I was just reading this sentence, right? Like, the objective of the program is to help offset the negative impact that COVID-19 had on students in 2020 and 2021. We're in 2022 now. So if we make it a 6 months to a year prior to graduation, we're excluding a lot of people that graduated in 2020 that haven't found jobs yet. So in my opinion, and whatever the commission believes, I would like to get consensus to include anyone that graduated 2020 and forward to be part of this program, because it's the purpose of COVID-19. Graduating in 2020 was not the best time to graduate for a lot of people. And just really allowing people to have that opportunity to get their foot in the door would be phenomenal.
Vice Mayor, excellent point. I fully support that.
Okay.
All right. This is truly the final call, final comments from everyone else. All right. Now, this is something that we're going to take. We are going to take a final action on this item. And before we do the voting, because it's final action, I do want to make sure that we open up to public comment. And so if you would like to speak specifically on this internship program, please approach the podium. Same rules apply for those of you online. You know what to do. Raise your digital hands. Is there anybody in the chambers who would like to speak specifically on the internship program? All right.
Cindy Falco Di Corrado. I'm all for students, but I'm also for what about the people in between? We have your middle age, we have your seniors. We're all displaced as well. And we're coming into a new age of all different kinds of technology and things that are so foreign to us, our generation, my generation. Does this apply to us as well? I mean, I'm so glad for the veterans, I get it. I'm so glad for the youth. But what about us in the middle that's been working so hard and everything's changing on us and we can't even keep up? Are we included in this? And is it going to cost us tax dollars? I want to know where all this money is coming from, because if my taxes are going to go higher, I can't put food on my table. I mean, so we're worried about the children, but if you can't feed the children because our taxes are being raised to fund these things, I just like to know where the money's coming from and if all age groups can be included, because it's isolating. It really is. And we're in a new age. And myself, I'm almost 65 next year. And this is a foreign world to me with this technology. I wasn't raised with it. I don't have anybody at home teaching me it. And so it should be for us as well. We've been the backbone of America. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And all right, is there anybody else in the chambers who would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the online speakers. Stanley, do we have anybody online with their hands raised?
There are no people with their hands raised at this time.
All right, that means public comments are now closed. Final comments from my colleagues. Otherwise, I'll accept a motion to approve the use of ARPA funding in the amount of $350,000 for the Boynton Beach internship program for high school and college students.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
And a second from Vice Mayor Cruz. And anything else? If not, may I have a, yes.
Did you want to include the veteran?
Yes, I think, did we have consensus on that? I thought we did.
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
I want to make sure the motion's clear on that.
Yes.
Yes.
The motion is clear.
And we also are going to go back to the vice mayor's point
Yes.
of including those in 2020 on.
Thank you for the clarification. I interpreted that we had consensus in both of those
I
points.
just want to make sure.
Yeah, I saw the head nods. No, thank you, Council. It's good to be clear. So we had a motion. We had a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Just one thing, can we have staff clarify where this money's coming from for the public?
Yes, would anyone,
Through the ARPA funds.
The
yes,
ARPA fund.
ARPA funds, all right? All right,
ARPA.
all right.
The federal government.
Catherine, do you want to elaborate a little bit, just
Yeah.
in case somebody doesn't work in government?
Yes.
They don't know what
So
ARPA
ARPA
is.
stands for the American Rescue Plan Act, and it's the funding that the federal government released in response to mitigate some of the impact of COVID. And so every city got an allocation, just about every city got an allocation. So this is part of the funding that we received.
All right. Okay. We're now going to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is 10D. 10D reads as follows. Approve the use of American Rescue Plan funds in the amount of $50,000 to go to the Wounded Veterans Relief Fund. A subrecipient agreement will be brought back to the commission for final approval. All right. Who would like to begin on this item? Commissioner
Yep,
Turkey.
yep, I brought this up last time, when we did the proclamation, for November as National Military Veterans and Families Month. I see Executive Director Mike Durkee here, so I'd like to invite him to talk and tell you a little bit about the program and give you all the ability to ask some questions.
All right, excellent. Thank you for coming.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, council members, city members. Thank you for having me. I'm a combat veteran. I was over in Iraq and Afghanistan. And now first of all, I was a helicopter pilot in the Army, and now I actually run an organization, so nonprofit organization. And I never thought in my wildest dreams that I would run a nonprofit. But it's very rewarding because you get to help individuals that find themselves in trouble, in financial trouble, and that's where Wounded Veterans Relief Fund really kicks in. So we only support Florida veterans, and we help out with mortgage assistance, rental assistance. We work with all the utilities in the state of Florida as well, FPL and so forth, and we get the lights turned back on. We also help out with emergency car repairs and so forth, so that our veterans can drive a safe vehicle and so forth. And now we just started the dental program for veterans. But I really want to focus more on housing, making sure that our veterans that are homeless, that they are no longer homeless, because we work again with all of the VA medical centers in the state of Florida, and especially here in West Palm Beach. So we help out. So we work with the social workers there. So when a veteran actually has an emergency, they'll walk into the social worker office, and then they'll let them understand, like, this is what's actually happening in my life. I have an eviction notice, or I'm late with mortgage payments, and I'm getting all these phone calls. And what happens is that the stress and anxiety, trickles from the parents, from the veteran, down to the spouse, and down to the children, and so forth. And one of the things that we don't want to happen is that our veterans get either become homeless with their children living out of cars, which we've actually seen multiple occasions, or veterans living in tents in the parks or underneath the bridges. So again, we step in immediately. We again have the VA actually vet all of our veterans, so we have very little red tape, and we can help out within 24 to 72 hours after their file is complete, which usually takes just a few days. So veterans don't have to wait a whole month or 2 months in order to figure out, are they going to get helped by the agency. With us, they know really within a short period of time that the veteran and the families are going to get helped through our organization. And so I did some research. Looks like Boynton Beach has roughly 4,000 veterans, and that's a great number. So we'd love to help those Boynton Beach veterans that do face homelessness or an eviction, that we can step in immediately and we can help them out. And that's where the funds will be used for.
Well, thank you so much. I think this is a great cause, so thank you for your service and the work that you're doing now. Can I ask you, how do you identify where these veterans are? I know you mentioned that the VA vets them, but are they all coming from the VA, or do you do some sort of like street intervention, or do you partner with other organizations? How do you find those that are most in need?
Right. So they all come basically from the VA.
We do get 211 and sometimes they'll actually call us on the phone, but then we actually send them back to the VA. And in order to qualify, they have to be a Florida resident. They have to have at least a 30% disability rating, honorably discharged, and so forth. So, and then we get their address. And so we have a case management system so we can actually track all the veterans and where they're actually located in Palm Beach County. So I don't know.
And are you going to use these funds to focus on Boynton Beach veterans?
Correct. Yes, the funds will be earmarked just for Boynton Beach veterans to keep them and their families and their homes in Boynton Beach.
All right.
Right.
Questions from my colleagues or comments? Vice Mayor Cruz?
Thank you for your service and
Thank
thank you
you.
for coming. Obviously it's called wounded veterans. Are you supporting only, as you mentioned, only 30% wounded, or like, can we support other veterans in addition to the ones that are wounded per se?
So, our requirements again is 30% or more. Or more, right? So they have to have a more of a either injuries, mental illness, or those kind of things, and then we'll help them out with the funds.
Thank you for all you do.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Any other questions?
Are you a resident of Boynton? You don't have to be, but I'm just curious.
I'm not. I'm actually a Jupiter resident. So Jupiter, and our office is located in North Palm Beach.
Well, thank you for your service.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
All right. Anything else from my colleagues? Yes, Commissioner Kelly?
You answered my one of my main questions was what was this funding going to go to? So first, thank you for your service. And thank you for committing your life to continuing that service by helping the veterans. So I appreciate the work that you do. And you answered my question as far as what the money was going to be earmarked for. So I don't have any other questions.
All right. I mentioned earlier about prioritizing, but not limiting, but prioritizing our own veterans here in the city.
Right.
My only other request is that as you help individuals, that you bring back some of those stories to this commission, because it's so important that we, as well as the public, are aware of how these funds are being used and the effect that it's having on the community. So those stories aren't just for press. I mean, it's about accountability and building public trust that, hey, these are the fruits of our decisions and your taxpayer dollars.
Right.
So thank you. All right, Commissioner.
We could definitely do that.
Excellent.
Definitely, yes.
All right, Commissioner Turkin, this was your item. Do you have any last comments?
Thanks, Mike. Your organization's great. I've heard a lot of the stories. One of them was a college graduate. Graduated college, ended up homeless, had a daughter, single mom, and she reached out to this organization, and they were able to get her in a home in 3 days. I think she now works for the organization too.
She does.
And watching, watching that story was, had to hold the tears back, because you try to do all the right things. You serve your country, you're willing to sacrifice everything. You go to school and you come out and you're a single mom and you are homeless. For us to make an impact on that type of story is huge. And, kind of like the mayor had mentioned earlier, we're leading the charge with this. And I do think this community has been forgotten, at a national level. And so I'm proud to see this come forward. And, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve.
All right.
Second. All right.
And council, did we have a clear motion this time? I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
That was a pretty straightforward motion.
Okay. All right. Good. We have a motion from Commissioner Turkin. We have a second from Commissioner Hay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And then who do I send the stories to? Should I send them to you?
Well,
or
you'll connect with the city manager.
Okay.
And he'll delegate it as according.
I don't know if you have my number or not, Mike, but I think I have your card still. So
Okay.
either I'll get with Commissioner Turkin.
All right.
But thank you for coming here tonight and providing the explanation and such a wonderful organization. Obviously, I'm a veteran, soon to be veteran, Commissioner Turkin. So I thank you. Appreciate you.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. And again, thank you for supporting our veterans. Have a good night.
Can staff reach out to Mike about next steps? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. We're now going to move on to the next portion of our agenda, which is new business. Mr. Guzman, this is your item. This is a presentation by Mario Guzman, Director of Public Works, and Poonam Kalkat, Director of Utilities, on the status of the city's infrastructure. This is a lengthy presentation, but I have to say it is much needed. Infrastructure is one of our highest priorities and quite literally underpins the foundation of our city. So, one second. All right. Yeah, I understand. All right. All right, Mr. Guzman, please begin whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, my esteemed colleagues, and members of the public. First and foremost, hope everybody had a happy holiday and happy holiday for the month of December. A little preface about this meeting. Hopefully this is the start of another presentation or perhaps a workshop. As you alluded to, I can probably talk about infrastructure for a good 4 hours. I'm not going to talk about in 4 hours now. We got to condense to 10 slides. So as I discuss these things, it's for information and also kind of give us guidance. Which direction do you want us to go in? And we'll start in a little bit about that. The methodology, we have our subject matter experts that went out to the field and addressed things that are happening right now within the city. Aside from that, we looked at capital improvement projects for future years. That was part of it. We also have projects that are quote unquote shelf ready that we want to apply for grants. We included these part of the equation. And this is just a big macro perspective. And again, I want to thank my colleagues for helping out with this. This was not a public works initiative, although where I'm presenting, it's public works, utilities, recreation, fire department, police department, everybody. We're all one team on here and they give me a lot of input for that.
All
So
right,
without further ado.
Mario, 1 second before you actually begin your presentation, let me just speak to my colleagues for just a brief moment. I want to make sure I set the stage properly and let you know that one of the reasons why I asked for this presentation is so we as a body can find out what the needs are, and from that conversation, figure out what the priorities are so we can know how much to allocate from our ARP fundings. That's my big picture intention. I would like to allocate some to infrastructure. Hard for me to say exactly what and how much without first hearing this presentation. So I just wanted to make sure all of you were aware of that. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mario.
All right, let's kick it off. Next slide. All right, quick agenda, category of infrastructure needs. We're broken down to paving, sidewalks, structures and facilities, parks, and then we have some miscellaneous items as far as generators, HVAC, bridges. And then finally, I'm gonna do a recap and current funding sources. So next slide, please. All right, paving needs. We have about 118 miles of road in the city. According to the recent ROC study done in 2018, you can see 2.1 miles of those are F rated. Those are getting addressed this fiscal year. D rated roads, about 15 miles. That's partially funded this year. C rated roads is the grand majority. And again, I want to emphasize this was conducted in 2018. We have not received our 2022 study yet. So the C rating is where you C plus rating is where you want to be, so that you have roads constantly getting paved, and you want to get the most useful life. You don't want to wait until they're an F. You want to try to start doing these roads when they're a high D, a low C. At that point, the bell curve, we were mostly C rated. This was back in 2018. So inherently, a lot of these our curve is shifting more to D. So that's just, that's 59.2 miles. Current funding, we're about $2 million a year, and that's for 9 lane miles. If I can just touch on lane miles, a lane, if we had one way street that was 1 lane, that's 9 miles. Pretty simple. If it's a 2-lane street, lane miles is actually less than the actual miles. It's not miles driven. So let's give, for example, Seacrest, that's 4 lanes. $2 million is not going to fund 9 miles, just the lane miles. So just make sure we're clear on that when we're talking about funding for lane miles. The ask for this one to kind of shift our average from a D to a C is about $7 million. And I have some examples on what you see right there is the micro surfacing and the map. You guys have a copy of the ROCS map. I can provide that. But the overwhelming yellow, that's your C-rated roads. Next slide, please. Sidewalks. Been out talking to the community, community has spoken when they come over here. The Poinciana, Cherry Hill area, one of the needs that we need to address is the signage, especially around the school areas. And that's signage, speed limits, pedestrian walking, the signage on the street. Just about $1 million is needed to tackle that particular area. This was one of the shelf-ready projects we had on the shelf, but we did not have funding for it. So a lot of work has been done, surveys and whatnot, primarily for the Poinciana and Cherry Hill area. And also connectivity, connecting our residents to school zones. And I have more on that on the next slide. And if I'm going too fast, please slow me down, because I'm trying to condense 4 hours to hopefully 15 minutes, just a kind of brief overview. Again, speaking about pedestrian connectivity, hopefully you can see on the map, the green area is proposed, yet the yellow is existing. What we found out in certain communities, especially in school zones, we have kids walking on the street and not on sidewalks. So Galaxy was like a major point that we saw, that it's almost like a treasure map. If you live in a certain area, you have to walk on certain streets in order to get to school without walking on the street. So this is the proposed, the green is the proposed, yellow is the existing. And again, that's just more connectivity with sidewalks to get the kids off the streets. This was one of the shelf-ready ones, and this is what we'd like to do for, like I said, earlier, for the Galaxy school area. However, we would like to expand this program to all the schools within the city. Connectivity, walkability, those are things that really make a city world-class, to be able to walk around and not be on the street. But the priority is the school zones. Make sure we get the kids off of the street. Next slide, please. Structures, fishing pier. That's going to be roughly about a $3 million project. Thus far, we have removed the fishing pier, so it's no longer there. I believe in the next commission agenda item, you will be seeing an item for the survey and just to get our design for that particular project. So first slide, how it used to look. Second one is midway through demolition. And the third one is just tentative, where we want to put that fishing pier. We started looking at what we like to call legacy projects, things that are going to define the city, things that are going to be that landmark thing and just kind of give that uniqueness to our city. So that's about a $3 million ask for that particular project. Next slide, please. Facilities. Again, speaking about legacy projects, things that define the city. Thus far, we have the Hester Center. I believe that bid is coming to a close mid-September. You'll see that. Roughly funding, 3 million, 3.4. We'll know more once that comes into play. That has been funded with CIP. However, there's a phase 1B, which is converting the multi-use field, converting the field into multi-use. That will allow us to, and Casey can elaborate more, but that would allow us to use that field for multi-use that's indicated. And then phase 2 is about $3.2 million, and that's relocating the tennis courts, having additional parking, addressing this pickleball phenomena that has taken hold of this country. So we're going to put more pickleball courts in there, moving the playgrounds. And again, this is high level. A lot of that, you have security upgrades, lighting upgrades, drainage upgrades within the Hester Center as well. Next slide, please. Public Works Compound. That's another project that was on the shelf. We did do preliminary design, about 30% complete. Some of the needs at Public Works, when it rains, I mean, it looks like a lake at that facility. And a lot of, as I start moving through these facilities, you start seeing that it pains us to put money into it, but how could you not put money into it? Because we still have to work. This particular compound, I believe, was built in the 80s or late 70s, if I'm not mistaken. The city has grown exponentially since then, obviously. Currently, Public Works, we have team members at the Public Works compound. We have team members at City Hall. We also have team members at Rolling Green. This design is to relocate the Public Works compound over to Rolling Green. Like I said, these are all conceptuals, but this is something that we will need to address because we have outgrown that facility. So anyway, that's a $37 million tentatively for that project.
Mario, about the $37 million, we don't have $37 million.
Agreed.
But let me ask, do we have any money set aside already for this project? So are we short by some number, or we don't have money set aside at all?
No, we don't have money set aside for this project. I think there was some conversations for potentially selling where we're at now. We're using those funds to relocate. And you can see through my presentation, there's stuff that's cost $1 million. It's all in the spectrum, but I just wanted to put as much as possible. I understand. I figure it was December, Christmas month, so why not put it on there? But it's a conversation we need to have, though, because I mean, for those that don't know, this is my second. I'm back home. I'm back in Boynton. This thing was outgrown in 2012. You know, and what does that mean? Outgrown. That means staff cannot work on vehicles. They just have to be very cautious because you're so crowded over there. You don't have enough space for the garbage trucks to park their vehicles. Like I said, we ended up moving some team members to Rolling Green. We have some team members here. A lot gets lost when you have, well, you don't not housed under one location. And like I said, I can go more deeper into that Polo Works compound, but $37 million. Next slide, please. Additional facilities, talking with Frankie and Casey, the senior centers and some help as well. Need some dire need. At this point, we're in the process of doing what they call a FCI, and that's a facility condition index. It gets to a point with a particular building, you know, how much are you going to spend on it where it just makes sense to knock it down and build something new. And you'll start seeing your ROI by lower utility cost, better usage of the facility. If I'm not mistaken, that senior center used to be a restaurant, if I'm not mistaken, and now it's being used for senior center. And I'll get the facts on that, but new senior center, just doing some rough numbers, about $6 million for a new senior center. Fire Station 3, we did do some conceptual designs. Another facility that's in just a dire need to rehab and you know, bring it up to par and to fill the needs of our team members there. Fire stations are a peculiar thing because it's a station, obviously, but that's where our team members are housed. They live there. That's about $5 million for that project, and if needed, I can provide some of the conceptuals. Total vertical cost, $57 million. Public Works, Hester, Fire Station 3, Senior Center, and the fishing pier. And as I always like to say, nice big asterisk because that's depending on design and construction costs. And these are just big picture conversations to address some of the facility needs within the city. Next slide, please. Parks needs. Okay, so one of the divisions of the Public Works Department is the Parks Maintenance Department, and we work hand in hand with Casey and his team. And I'll be the first one to say that when I look at things strictly from a maintenance perspective. What should we start putting money into from a maintenance perspective? What's tasking our team members? For this particular one, I don't want to steal Mr. Casey Young's thunder, but he has been working, him and his team and the city has collectively has been working on a Parks Master Plan guideline. Every park is getting assessed using a rating system over 35 different metrics. The community has had several meetings on it. They're looking at accessibility, lighting, ADA compliance, things of that nature, breaking it down from community parks to neighborhood parks and where it's going to serve the most impact. I say all that because it's much more refined than my methodology of just looking at maintenance. So for parks needs, we're waiting for the Parks Master Plan to come out, and that's going to be a separate meeting in itself that Casey will be leading. And roughly, it's about $1 million per park. You will have that data when it comes to the Parks Master Plan, and it'll show some of the needs and how can we have an immediate impact on our parks. Next slide, please. Some of the miscellaneous things that our team members were out surveying and what needs to happen. This is a combination of the team going out surveying, and aside from that, some of the CIP projects that are, if not next following years and the year after. Centralized AC controls. Right now, this building is controlled. We can go on the laptop and kind of see what's going on with the controls here for 2 diagnostics, you know, the chiller system, the VAV boxes and things of that nature. However, we have to log on to a different system when we go to the police department. What we're trying to do is centralize all these controls so I can just go, or my team members can go to one program and see all the ACs, do any kind of diagnostics, just to have standardization and bring us up to par as it relates to AC controls. One of the other needs, the chiller at Fire Station 5, which is our EOC, it's starting to getting close to the end of its life. That's a CIP project, but we're putting it on over here with the intention, assuming some of these get funded, that frees up the CIP for other funding opportunities. So that chiller at EOC is about $230,000. Aside from that, the generator needs to get replaced at Fire Station 5. That's another CIP project, about $725,000, and that's from future project listed, not necessarily funded. Other items that we have, we're seeking grant funding for some of the bridges we have in our city, Southwest 22nd Way, Mission Hill, and Lake Drive. They're about $750,000 for each of those bridges. The bridges are in good condition. We're just trying to be proactive. We don't want to be reactive when things are breaking down. When you got lead time, you're going to pay more of the costs. Last year, we had about $100,000 in repairs at the Lake Drive Bridge. So total for miscellaneous items, $3.4 million. Next slide, please. Okay, recap. $7 million in paving, $1 million in pedestrian connectivity, $57 million in some of the structures we had spoken about, and $3.4 million in the AC controls, chiller, generator, bridges. So total, $68.4 million. Let's talk about some funding that we currently have. General Fund 302, which we do a lot of, that's a lot of our CIP. We were able to receive, thank you, Mara, we received $700,000 in fiscal year 22. Another funding source, another bucket is grants. Gary presented earlier today on the 16.5 Sandcastle. Keep in mind with a lot of these, we have Eco Park as well. With a lot of these grants, we have to fund first and then we get reimbursed. So just be mindful, some of these are matched. I say that from a fiscal perspective because yes, we got the money, but we have to front that. And if you front that, then you can't do other things within your budget. So that's one of the buckets. The major lifeline for all of the CIP projects is the surtax, which is our 303 account, and that is the penny sales tax. When that was implemented in 2016, so it was implemented in 2016, we started receiving funds in 2017. Part of the stipulation with that, it caps at $43 million or in 2026. While there was a slowdown during the COVID timeframe, that's because that's funded by the penny sales tax. The revenue stream has been over the past 2 years with the economy booming. We're probably going to hit $43 million prior to 2026. Okay. Thus far, we have received $34 million since 2016. And Mara, if I'm speaking something incorrect, please correct me if I'm wrong, but we have received $34 million since 2016, okay? Which means we have about $9 to $10 million left for future CIP. I say $34 million has been appropriated. Let's deduct $4 million from that from our current projects this year. $30 million has been either expensed from years prior, and I can also present on that as well if needed. So to wrap it up, we have about $9 to $10 million that we're expected to receive. So one of the fun parts about working with CIP and city government is you can see $68.4 million in needs, and we have $10 million, and we have grants and all those things. How do we split that lemon up and make enough lemonade? And that's some of the challenges that we have. So I believe the next slide, please. That was trying to wrap 5 hours into 15 minutes. Guidance, thoughts. I know a lot of things were from $1 million to signage,
right,
up to $37 million and everything in between. Just kind of wanted to get, for lack of a better term, a temperature check as to the direction of.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that presentation and to everybody involved in putting that together. Again, my primary purpose here was not just for an update, but for me to assess what your priorities were from the staff perspective. And so I hope that when you come back in a future meeting, if you could put together a priority list of which projects are on the verge of happening. You just need that little bump, or which projects are most feasible in a reasonable timeline, those accomplishable, not the $37 million compound,
Yeah.
but perhaps something that's more achievable within the next 3 to 5 years. So these are the things that I'm looking for, but I'm going to leave the ultimate decision, not the ultimate decision, but I'm going to leave it to staff to make your priority list, and I'll wait to see that from all of you. And the other thing I want you to be mindful of is I just want to make sure that you consider all aspects, all districts of the city, right? Because we want to make sure that there's improvements everywhere. And we know from, I can tell, I'm not going to speak for everybody, just speaking for myself, when I talk to people, they're wondering, hey, what about my roads? What about, my drainage problems and so on? Yes, it may not be an F-rated road or whatever the case may be, but it's important nonetheless to those communities, right? When it's close to home, it's the biggest deal in the world. So just be mindful of how we can be more equitable in the spending of these funds. All right, any comments and questions from my colleagues? Who would like to begin? Commissioner Kelly, would you like to do that?
Sure. Thank you for this presentation. I think it's important that, one of the things that we talk about is, it's always nice to have a true idea of what we're looking at as far as improvements in the near future and the not so near future, and so that we can, as a commission, plan accordingly and see what, what's on the horizon as things that we need to look at, that maybe we weren't thinking that it needed to be done sooner, or maybe we're, thinking it needed to be done sooner, but there's other things that are priority. So I do agree with the mayor. It would, one of the, from a staff perspective, it would be nice to have an idea as far as what the priorities really need to be. And also one of the things that is what's being funded, what are we putting money aside for already? Where are we in certain funding or grants that like the mayor had said, that maybe just need like a little bit more? And then that's something that maybe we can consider when we're doing budgets, or we're doing, going for different grants or different projects. What, where are we as far as funding for different projects? And, and also, citywide, not just in specific areas. So, so those are my thoughts on that, is to have, from city staff, what do you feel needs to be a high priority for us? Where's that ranking in all of these projects? But I appreciate all the work. I think it's important for us to see this and to see everything that that we have going on, the future wants and then the needs, because there are a lot of needs, and obviously there are some wants, and as well. So so those are my thoughts.
All right, anybody else? Commissioner Turkin?
Yeah, thank you so much for putting this together. I know it's a lot of information and a lot of money, over $68 million. But looking at, a lot of this stuff, it's very eye-opening to see we have bridges that are over 70 years old. I kind of want to piggyback and take direction about, like, with the ARPA funds that the mayor mentioned. One of the things I learned at NLC at a couple of their workshops was that they did a survey and they looked at many municipalities, and they were looking at how are they using their ARPA funds. And I think roughly 56-60% were allocated for operations and infrastructure. And so when I see $68.4 million of potential improvements, I see the public works 37 million price tag. That's a hard pill to swallow, but when you see all this, it really makes me think, what else can we do to generate revenue? How else can we pay for this? Because we only have a couple million in ARPA funds. I know we're working on some impact fees, some studies for impact fees that, that can help offset the budget. I think we really need to double down on grants. We can get stuff done. And, I think if we can put some energy into really looking at how we can get creative with grants, we can help, get to that point to, we're not gonna be perfect. We're not gonna hit this gap, but we can get close. We can be a city and a commission that really gets stuff done, and that'll be only with the help, with city staff and our grant writers. So, I think that's something we need to look into.
Absolutely. And TAS has been doing a phenomenal job with our grants. I mean, right now we're working on a firebolt grant for docks. So they've been, like I said earlier, this is all collaboration. Before we do a project, we talk with utilities. We bring it up to Mara and her team members, see if we can use CBDG fund as well as grant opportunities. So absolutely. Roger that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cruz?
Thank you, Mario, and your entire team. Actually, everyone, because you mentioned that PD had something to do with the fire and other departments as well. Thank you to everybody who had who put in work in this to make it happen. Yeah, it really makes me think about how much money we don't have. And however, thank you, because this is a holistic view that we need. A lot of times, how do we know where we're going if we don't know where we are, right? So thank you for showing us where we are today. And that way we can start thinking about the future and planning. Not only, as you mentioned earlier, Commissioner Turkin, the grants, the ARPA funds, there's different ways to do things. And also being mindful. When you showed the pier, I started to have a vision of us potentially, if we had the money, to have a pier on the beach. I mean, Pompano Beach has it, Lake Worth Beach has it. Like maybe moving it to a different location would be more conducive to having an actual destination, which would be beautiful for different purposes. But that's a whole different conversation. But that's kind of where my brain went. So just seeing that, it's really good to think about the future. And yeah, I would like to, the same thing as the other commissioners mentioned, and the mayor, like maybe thinking about projects that we could support with ARPA. Like we don't have a lot of money left, but I do believe that infrastructure is, for me, top of the list for sure. I want to bring, this was not part of the conversation, but I do want to bring up to your minds about $2 million that we're going to need to have for a communications tower for our police and fire department for emergency services. Emergency services are so important and are detrimental. Like this is something that we need. This is not something that we want. So I want us to think about, as we're thinking of ARPA funds, to secure $2 million to the side in case that, I mean, we did apply for a grant at the federal government, but we won't know if we're going to get that until next year. So I do think that we don't want to secure that money. We have to secure that money in case. And if we don't need it, then great. But that's just for awareness, for us to think about how if we had 6 million, we just spent about what, $800,000 in schools. So take $1 million out of that. Now we have 5. Take another 2 out for the emergency communications tower. Now we have 3 million. So just think about that. And let's be mindful of how we're spending our funds and how much money we're utilizing for different purposes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner Hay?
Yeah, I concur with everything that's been said and not repeating that. This is more or less the wish list. If we had the funding to pay for it all, I'm sure you're going to bring back a list, the real list that we can look at and prioritize and take a look at what can be done and what we have to delay. I do have sometimes a phobia here. I don't know about crossing bridge. You mentioned about a few bridges that would require some $750,000 to repair. On a scale, Mario, from 1 to 10, 10 being the highest and 10 being the best, could you say how bad those bridges are that you have on this list here. I mean, we definitely don't want anybody to fall into the water.
Yeah,
But
the bridges,
how bad are they?
the bridges are safe, right? One we recently spent $100,000 on to kind of, that's the one on Lake Drive. So the bridges are safe. This is more of a measure of scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the worst. 10 being the worst, scale of 1 to 10. I'm going to say a 6, Again, let's just say that, hey, Mario, green light to repair the bridge. That's going to take 2 to 3 years, to just get that rolling with the, design, just working out all that. So you add that on to the years. So that was more, we're trying to secure grants for that, but if we don't get the grants, we're going to have to address it. And it's being proactive. I'd rather you guys give me a hard time now about me doing a bridge as opposed to after the fact scrambling for money because of bridge, you know what I mean? Those kind of things. So a lot of these things are trying to make the best judgment call with the information that we have at the time, So the bridges is one where, speaking solely from my view, I'm a maintenance person. What's breaking down, what's tasking the staff. That sometimes might not correlate because those bridges are in one particular segment of the city, one particular district. Well, how come funding is getting there? What about funding over? And I get that, but from my perspective, hey, listen, these bridges are since 1953, they have to get replaced. We don't want them not to get replaced, and then heaven forbid there's an accident. So we just look at a lot of those kind of things. The sidewalks as well.
Yeah.
So
that was going to be another question of mine. I observe our kids going to and fro from school, and many of them have to walk in the road, which is not good, of course. And I don't want to put speed strips throughout the city. That's crazy. But at the same time, I do want our kids to be safe, or me or anybody else who want to walk. And then you have those sidewalks that are cracked, need repairing. How are you going to go about how do you go about determining that? And in terms of, do you measure the number of students that are going back and forth, or how you plan to do that? Just, you don't have to have an answer right now, but those are things that really need to be addressed as what I can see now.
Yeah, and the cracks are easy. If something's cracked or not, if something's cracked, we can repair it. That's the easy one because there's a sidewalk there. One of the slides I showed, they're non-existent, especially in the Galaxy Park area and other schools throughout the city. It's just it's not even a bad, I'll take a bad sidewalk all day. That's okay. No, not that I'll take it, there's lawsuits that there, but we have non-existent sidewalks. So where we're not even not given an opportunity for the kids to walk on the bad sidewalk. So particularly the one that we had there, that was a project that was, like I said, scoped out and simply ran out of funding. It was not completed, I believe, in 21 or 20. So that was one of those shelf projects that we're trying to relive. Now, going back to my slide about how much is available for the CIP, assuming something like that gets funded, we definitely have more needs than availability. And then the wants is more, public works compound. I'm just wanted to mention that. But there's some things on there. I mean, that list is pretty, generators, ACs, sidewalks. So
you talked about the pier, and you had a figure for that. How long is that pier, in your mind, would be? Would it be similar to the one up by the park on A1A?
Be longer in a cement structure, so it lasts. I'll give you the specifics on that one. Gary was working on that one, so I can give you the exact specifics on that pier.
Not a biggie right now, just curious, because we have a lot of fishers down here, and and they always bumping into each other when you go to certain piers.
Yeah.
So I would love to have a efficient pier that's adequate to soothe all those people. That's what, I'm just curious. We can find out more about this as we go down the road.
Yep.
And what can and cannot be done. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hay. Anything else from my colleagues before we conclude this item? Seeing none, thank you so much, Mr. Guzman. We appreciate all your hard work as well as your team.
Thanks very much.
And we look forward to seeing that priority list. Okay, great.
Good evening,
Good
Mayor,
evening.
Vice Mayor, and Commissioners, and everybody else in the audience who's stuck around. I appreciate that very much. And I appreciate the Commission wanting us to present what our infrastructure, status of our infrastructure is. I'm Poonam Kalkut, I'm the Utilities Director. And the way I looked at it was that I wanted to bring what's the vastness of a little bit of what utility assets are, to give you an idea. So I hear what you're wanting to see. So we can bring it, I can bring more stuff back, but I wanted to give you, I didn't know how much all of you knew about what kind of assets we have and what kind of things we look at all the time. Can I have, we can continue on that slideshow? Keep going till where Mario ended. A few more. Next. The next one after that.
Yes, there were more slides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we're right here.
All right.
All
Thank
right.
you.
So the first slide is just giving you a good idea about, if you look at the green boundary, that's where the city boundary is. But the orange, reddish orange line around that, encompassing Ocean Ridge, town of Hyperluxor area, as well as Palm Beach County, in unincorporated Palm Beach County, that's what the service area for utilities is. So our service area extends outside the city. And so we have assets outside the city that we look at. And just wanted to give you some stats on, we serve around 120,000 customers. That relates to around 37,000 accounts, which just means in water accounts. And the city, and like I said, in unincorporated Palm Beach County area too. The utilities has around 10 divisions and over 150 employees. Our annual operational budget is 55 million, and it's an enterprise fund. And our annual CIP budget this year is 33 million. Now, if we have ongoing projects, money rolls over into, because they're continuing projects. So the amount of CIP money that we're working on is always much more than the 33 million. So just wanted to give you some idea about that. And on the pictures you see there, the one with the water tower is the East Water Treatment Plant. That's one of our big assets. The one just above that is the District Energy Services Plant, which is the chiller plant that provides AC for City Hall and a couple of other buildings, and we're looking at how we can expand that. And on the west side of the city is our West Treatment Plant. These are our big facilities. And then we have a number of other facilities throughout the city, and I'll go through the slideshow and you can sort of get an idea of that. Next slide, please. So this is showing the distribution system, and we have around 462 miles of pipe. So there's a lot of underground utilities and underground assets that is sort of out of sight, out of mind. People don't think about it, and we only get called when there's a problem. If everything's going well and if I don't get a call, that means everything's working well. So that's usually how it works for us. So we want to stay out of sight because that means we're doing everything right. We have active construction programs for lining and replacement. The distribution pipes and the sewer pipes in the city are from 1950s onwards, all kind of a range of these. So there is a lot of older pipes also that we are always looking at either replacing or lining and doing condition assessment all the time. The annual average R&R fund for distribution is around 500,000. We're looking at what we need to increase, but keep in mind that we also have to look at resources. So it's not about just the money. You can have a lot of money, but if you don't have the personnel, the engineering staff to work on that, the field staff to work on that, money is not going to take you anywhere with it. So we have to make sure that we are able to do the projects that we are saying we are doing. So it's not like that, okay, do we have 100 million? If we can't do 33 million in a year, how can we do 100 million in a year? Because we need all those resources. Besides the pipes, there's also over 4,000 hydrants that have been operations-wise, that are checked, maintenance activities-wise, they're checked. We have over 10,000 valves, and we have a valve exercising program. So there's a lot of maintenance activities that are done to keep this infrastructure going. We have reclaimed water, which is used for irrigation. So that's a really good thing that the city has. So instead of using potable water to water our plants and water our yards, we have reclaimed water. So you're reusing the water. So you're able to get a revenue resource and also not use up your raw water source. And yes, sorry.
Dr. Kalkat, if I may ask you, do we have some sort of map of where in the city we have our oldest pipes? In other words, if you had to predict which areas and which pipes are most likely to break in the next 5 years, as a means of identifying priorities, do we have that information?
So yes and no. We have GIS, which is basically where all our pipes and all our assets live. So we have an asset management program, and we are working on, it's not as robust as I would like it. So we are working on making it better, which means looking at how are we saying what the condition of the pipes are, how are we rating these pipes? And some of that information is not there. It's more institutional knowledge. It may be, and as you'll see towards the end, I have a couple of slides where I talk about how do we look at what needs to be fixed. So there can be work orders that tell us, and if in an area we're seeing that happen, age of the pipe, material of the pipe, all of those kind of things can be telling us what needs to be replaced and how it needs to be prioritized. We're bringing all that stuff into more of an asset management program, a more robust program. I like to call it sort of like a retirement catalog. So you have everything listed, you know what the life cycle of things are, and you start looking at, is there a trend that's telling you that some of these pipes are failing before you thought they would fail? Or if there's an area that these pipes are failing, can we look at that? So that's what we're working on right now.
Excellent. And we're on the same page. I basically just want to make sure we're ahead of the problem before things start breaking. So if we have a means to predict and identify, that would be ideal. So
it will take us, it will take us some time to build that, but we are already working very hard on that.
Great.
Yes. Next slide, please. In the sewer collection system, same way, we've got around 370 miles, and we have 80% of pressurized mains and 10% of known gravity mains are in good condition. So sewer lines are gravity as well as pressurized. We have a lot of pressurized mains because Southeast Florida is very flat. So you've got to pump. And so there's a lot of pumping stations, and I'll talk a little bit about that. And some of the pictures you see below, so like the middle picture shows you how a lining project can really work. And you can do it at sometimes 1/10 the cost of replacing pipe. So you're always looking at what's the best way to repair this. Do you do a repair? Do you do a lining project? Do you do a replacement? And sometimes the replacement projects are also very, they can be, for the community, it's really hard because you have torn up streets for a long time. And so if you can do a lining project, that's faster and you can be in and out of there. There are also a couple of different ways that pipes can be replaced. And so we look at that methodology because some of that methodology works very well for densely populated areas. It's called pipe bursting. So you're basically going in a smaller area and are able to put in a pipe within a pipe, and you're able to, instead of doing an open cut where you're cutting the road up and you have this big deep trench that you're working through. So just showing you some pictures of how our manhole inspections, that's the left-hand side, that's what somebody is doing. They're doing some manhole inspections. We have active construction programs, again, like I said, for lining or replacement. An annual average replacement and repair and replacement budget for sewer collections is $500,000. We're also, for sewer collections, we're also looking at a program that's called PACP, which is basically a pipe assessment condition program. So what you do is you can rate your pipes based on, you put CCTV within a pipe, check how many, whether you have any cracks or not, whether you have any dips, whether you have any places where things might be pulling off, or how the pipe looks from inside, and then you give a rating score, just like Mario was talking about some of your sidewalks and streets, and giving a grade and giving a rating. So that's a program that we are working on. I just today, Tremaine Johnson, the field operations manager, told me that he's got 2 people that he'll be probably be sending for getting that into that certification program. Once we have people who are certified, then they can go in and do some of these condition assessments. They are doing condition assessment already. I'm asking them to bring more of a data-driven way so we can say that this is the reason why we have to replace this pipe versus another pipe. And I heard the mayor say that we want to make sure that we are doing projects all through the city. I don't have that luxury. Being a utility director, everything has to be data-driven for me. I have to be able to say that this is a pipe that needs to be replaced before this other pipe, not about whether this area of the city has gotten more money or less money. That's not what I look at. I look at what needs to be done for the infrastructure so that can be maintained. So I just wanted to let you know that that's what's almost always going to drive me. Next slide, please. We have, like I said, we don't have as much, we have very flat surface. So we have close to 191 lift stations. 175 or so are city-owned lift stations. There are others that are private stations, and we don't do any maintenance on that, but we keep a very close eye on that, because if they fail, guess what happens? It's our collection system. So we still have to go in and try and figure out what we need to do from there on. So that's why we keep them on our radar. We have 6 master stations, and master stations just mean that there are stations that there are bigger stations that smaller stations might feed into, pump into. And usually we look at maybe 0.5 to 1 million gallon per day of flow coming through those stations. We've been doing a lot of upgrades and rehab for majority of the master stations in the last 5 to 10 years. Now, lift stations have a life cycle of usually 30 years. So think about if you have 170 lift stations, even the smaller or the bigger ones, every year you have to be doing at least a couple of lift stations. And that's the only way you keep up, because by the time you finish, you're back to the first ones again and you're fixing those. There've been one master station is actually in design right now. We have a progressive design build for that station, and we are working on getting that conceptual design in place. The annual average R&R for this is around 500,000 again. Those are approximate numbers from, and I'm taking average of last couple of years. So we are reevaluating what the needs are, how we do it, because I've just been here a year. So we're at that point of trying to figure out how much should we really be putting into the infrastructure. The bottom pictures are just showing you, the left-hand picture is one of our major lift stations. You can see 3 big pumps in there. The middle picture is a picture of sort of, it's a SCADA picture, which is basically a remote way of looking at how that pumps, what the pumps are doing, how they're running. And I actually have Mark here. Mark Filseme is a coordinator for lift stations, and he's sitting in through the presentation because he was like, I want to be here to see what you're talking about, because he lives and breathes this thing day in, day out.
Mark. I know it's not easy and it's late, but thank you. We appreciate it.
He's our subject matter expert on the SCADA systems and looking at how the pumps are doing, and willing to come out anytime, day or night, to do whatever we need to. And we have that kind of commitment from all our utility employees, and that's very fortunate that we have that kind of passionate group of people. On the right-hand side, it's just showing you a wet well where people will go in, and I've gone out in the field with the staff and looked at some of these lift stations, looked at some of these wet wells, and then very pleasant places to be around. But we have committed staff who will absolutely do whatever they need to keep this running. Next slide, please. Next, I'm going to talk about a little bit about stormwater. Drainage pipes, we have some things that we call gray infrastructure, like pipes and structures. And then there are others, green infrastructure, some of the exfiltration trenches, dry retention areas, wet retention areas, and so on and so forth. We have around 13 major outfalls, and we count them as if something is bigger than 36 inches. Now, sometimes these outfalls are going into the intercoastal, and if you have, as king tides come in, or you have sea level rise, some of those outfalls are getting impacted. If they go underwater, you can't obviously push any more water out there, and you actually have to put valves so no water is coming in. And so sometimes when we have those sunny day flooding that you'll see some places, that's what's happening, that you have water coming in, the groundwater levels really high. We also have 13 ponds, 26 wet and dry retention areas, and we have pollution control boxes, 39 of those. And the middle picture is of an example of a pollution control box. And basically what you have is you have somewhere that you can separate out the debris and any kind of litter or any kind of garbage that might get into these bigger pipes and manholes, so you can get those out, you can clean them. So storm season or not, we are going in and checking these, and we are doing maintenance activities on these on a regular basis. And we have frequencies. Some things are done on a daily basis, others are weekly, quarterly, monthly, or whatever is needed. The annual R&R for stormwater, as you can see, was only $155,000 in the last couple of years, which was pretty shocking to me. So I'm going to look into that a little bit more and see. I know we definitely budgeted more this last year, so we're going to see how that was used in this coming year, October 1st, 2022 onwards that year. So we are working on that, and we'll see how that goes. Next slide, please. Talk a little bit about water treatment. We have, like I said, 2 water treatment plants. The East Water Treatment Plant is our older plant. It was built in 1963, expanded in 1978. The last major upgrade was done in 2017, where we did some structural work, as well as added an ion exchange resin, which helps with color and a couple of other things that it takes out from the water before we treat it. So you have a better quality of water, and your process treatment chemicals also go down. And we haven't been able to use the MIX for the last couple of months because we have one of our raw water pipeline that comes in was actually drilled into. This was last year that happened. We are working through that to try and we believe it's the contractor's fault. We are looking through that, working through with our legal system, with our legal team. And but if we can't bring that water in, we can't use MIX at this plant because we need enough water to do that. So there are consequences for sometimes when some of these incidents happen that they put us back. So just wanted to let you know. The picture here is just about for a sedimentation and filtration basin there and filtration infrastructure. The West water treatment plant was built in 1993. It's more recent, more modern. The last major upgrade was membrane replacements in 2006, and we are in design right now to replace membranes in the 2023-2024 year. Both plants have generally been R&R wise have used around $400,000 every year. And we're evaluating all of those things to see whether that money is enough or we need more, because there are lots of projects that I feel are not moving fast enough. So we're working through those. Next slide, please. These are just some pictures of raw water wells, a basin cleaning, showing you how our people who are our instrumentation techs, electricians, mechanics, how they work through, and they have a lot of electric panels that they work through. Both plants, like I told you, are connected through that 36-inch raw water main. That's the raw water main I'm talking about. So we're working through getting that repaired as soon as possible. It's taken us much longer than we thought it would. We have 30 source water superficial aquifer wells, 19 in the eastern well field, 11 on the western well field. And the significance of that is just that the eastern well field is closer to the ocean, so you can have more saltwater intrusion. So we are always watching, and we make sure that we don't withdraw below a certain level. We check our chlorides all the time in those wells also, and the monitoring wells around there. We have two ASR wells that are just aquifer storage and recovery wells that have a total capacity of 8 million gallons. And we actually have 5 storage tanks. I said 3 storage tanks here. 3 are outside the plants and the 2 are one on each plant. And I know I'm really rushing through this, so please stop me if you need to. But I can come back, I can sit down with each one of you. If you want a tour, we can show you something. So you let us know how best this works.
Thank you. I'll absolutely be reaching out back to you.
Absolutely. Next slide, please. And if you remember, I talked about that we have around 10 divisions and 150 employees. So some of the divisions I'm talking about, other divisions are more ancillary and they help everybody else. So we've got admin staff, we've got facilities staff, we've got coordinators for fiscal staff that help us with the money part of and work very closely with the finance department. We also have customer service, customer relations, and billing staff. But here I'm talking about some of the water meters. We have 30, like I said, 37,000, over 37,000 water accounts. And we have what is called advanced metering infrastructure, which just means that these are meters that can talk back and forth. So we can get instantaneous metering data, usage data. But these meters, the last upgrade was done in 2011, 2015. Time frame, average age is 10 years, and sometimes even before that, some of these meters start going down, and sometimes they go longer. So we keep monitoring, and we are into future updates for upgrades for oldest meters in the next year. And it's expensive when we do this. So we are looking at, and I'll talk a little bit about the money part of it and how we are going about trying to maximize the dollar. We also have the district energy service chiller plant, and we are working at that to see if we can figure out better ways to use that. So that's something that we are working on right now. Next slide, please. Some of the monitoring tools we use to see how the system is doing, how the assets are doing. Asset management system and work order system, that is really for preventive and corrective. So slowly I'm moving our staff to look at things that we are not just doing corrective action. So a lot of times they're always reactive to what's happened. We need to go fix a pipe that's broken. So preventive is that you're checking those pipes before, and before they break, you're doing something. So we're moving towards that. It is going to be, it's like a big ship when you're turning things around. It takes a little bit of time, and we don't have enough staff right now. Also, we have a lot of vacancies, and actually wanted to thank the commission and HR for getting that internship program in place. I know you all were asking which kind of departments we can absolutely use high school graduate students in the utilities for a lot of our field positions, a lot of other positions, and there's such a vast array of jobs that can be done from the utilities. And if somebody wants to go to college, and the city actually helps them get through college sometimes and pays for some of that. So there are lots of options and lots of ways that people can progress. So I'm very thrilled to have that internship program. We are already talking, working with HR to go and talk to all the high schools and try and see. I'm talking to Broward County and the school board. They have a program that they actually use. They put in place a couple of years back that they have juniors and seniors that they're able to get through an internship program. And so I'm talking to them. I don't know what the Palm Beach County School Board will be, but I know we had somebody here from the school board. So I'm going to try and get their information, reach out to them and see maybe we can set something up like that too. We also have what's called a SCADA system, which is just a remote way of looking at things for the plants as well as for lift stations. And this just gives us set points we can set. Gives us standards to check equipment performance and make sure that we're meeting the regulatory requirements. So we can, from a SCADA system, you can see how much chlorine is getting pumped, what is the pH in a tank, and so on and so forth. So it helps a lot to keep kind of like it sounds alarms if something's trending low. We don't have to have somebody out there checking. They're looking at, and both plants are manned 24/7. So somebody is looking at that SCADA system 24/7. If somebody goes to the restroom, somebody else comes in and is there. So there always eyes on that system. And we also do a lot of inspection and maintenance activities. Condition assessment, I talked a little bit about the PSCP program that we are working towards. That's CCTV inspections of these pipes and then giving a grading and rating and then deciding what you need to do. Stormwater structure inspections and maintenance. And I've just given you some examples of SCADA screen, like a plant status. I showed you a SCADA for the lift stations previously, and also some of the lift station status reports. So you can see if something is red, there'll be an alarm saying a pump turned off, something's not right. Your your levels are really high in a wet well. What are you going to do? You need to send somebody out to check that out as to why that's happening so you don't have sewer spills. Next slide, please.
Dr. Kalkat, in the interest of time, I do see that we're approaching 10 p.m. I'd like to ask if you could summarize the remainder of the presentation. Thank you.
So some of the prioritization criteria that we use for projects, like I talked about, age and material of pipe, inspection or condition of that asset, any regulatory requirements that might be coming, maintenance records, work order history, institutional knowledge, customer input, all of those kind of things we look into. And then next slide, please. So the next couple of slides are just showing you some of the projects that we've completed. So I won't go into these as much. If you have questions on that, we can come back, talk about it. Can I get the next slide? This is showing some of the projects that are scheduled. They are neighborhood projects. They are water treatment plant projects. They are well field and water quality projects that are all involved in there. Next slide, please.
1 second. These projects have already been allocated funding for?
Yes.
Okay.
They have already got funding for.
Great.
There are some that, like I said, in the neighborhood quality project, there is a brick grant that we've applied for. That's a large grant, 42 million. It's a neighborhood kind of project doing everything, streets. And so that project, again, like Mario told you, we have to upfront the money. So we need to have the money to do that. Then we'll get reimbursed. So yes, we are looking at where we're going to fund some of that bigger project. That's the only project that we haven't necessarily decided how we're going to fund it, but every other project is funded in there. Some of the plant studies, Commissioner Turkin had asked about culvert for us to go and evaluate. So we have a consultant actually on board. Tomorrow morning, we have a meeting with them to look at that. So we are going to get them a task order. We'll get an estimate from them for doing that study, and they're going to be looking at the capacity of that culvert, how much should go in. Also the bridge structure, they will have a structural engineer on there to look at what kind of options are there. Is it a bridge expansion? Is it a culvert expansion? Is it something else? And what's the cost of those alternatives and options, and see what we can do. We've also planned a number of master studies this year and next year, so that we can plan some of these things and we know. And again, a master study is just as good as you're utilizing it. And it won't, I'm hoping that we don't just put it on the shelf, not hoping that that's the mandate, that we're not going to put it on the shelf. We're going to review it and we're going to update those. So those are some of the things that we are working on. And that's the end of my presentation. And I know because of time, I understand, but if you have questions, let me know. I can sit down and go over the whole infrastructure slide deck with you.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. We appreciate it. I know for a fact, I'll definitely be reaching back out to you to do a lot of follow-up. There was a lot of content there. So my only request is the same as I've asked Mr. Guzman, which is, let's develop that priority list, and perhaps you'll be doing that together. So I suspect that there'll be very interesting meetings collectively within staff to figure out what those priority items are. We only have limited funds, but we want to make the most impact with what we've got. So anything from my colleagues while Dr. Kalkat's at the podium? Commissioner Turkin?
Thank you so much.
Okay. Commissioner Kelly, was that a yes?
Oh, just a thank you for these, this presentation and the summaries, and to know what, what utilities is doing and what you guys are doing. And I mean, you're doing great work, and I think you're being proactive. And so I appreciate that. And so I look forward to seeing, a schedule for upcoming projects. So thank you.
And I want to acknowledge, I know Chris is here, and he's the deputy director, and he's been working really hard with the CIP. A lot of kudos to him and his engineering team for a lot of work that they've been putting in, and everybody else in the utilities. We are looking at infrastructure money, and we are looking at SRF loans. We actually have a consultant on board already who they're going to help us with looking at how we can prioritize which projects are better for funding and how can we go about it so that we can maximize the dollars.
When you say infrastructure money, are you referring to the Infrastructure Act?
No, so there is infrastructure funding that federal government has provided to
Okay.
states, and states are providing that through the state revolving fund. And that state revolving fund, SRF fund, that's called, it's basically a low interest fund. That so you have to apply for different projects in that funding, and that's going to be available for the next 5 years. So we want to maximize some
Those
of
are
that.
federal funds?
Yes, federal
All right.
funds coming through the state.
Please have someone reach out back to me and we can work with our local senators.
Sure.
All right.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from my other two colleagues?
Thank you so much.
All right.
To you and your team.
All right, I believe that concludes that item. We're now going to move on to legal 12A, proposed ordinance number 22-024. It is a first reading. Council?
An ordinance of the city of Boynton Beach, Florida, approving the establishment of the mixed-use downtown MUDT zoning district, CDRV 22-004, amending Part 2 Land Development Regulations, Chapter 3, Article 2, Section 1E, Table 3-4, mixed-use urban building and site regulations, and Section 5C1, building and site regulations, Table 3-22, providing for complex severability, codification, and an effective date.
Thank you, Council. We're now going to move on to staff. Ms. Radigan, I see that you're here. Could you give us a brief overview, then we'll proceed to questions. I do want to inform the public in advance that this is a first reading, in which case there are no public comments. Public comments are reserved for the second reading. All right, Ms. Radigan.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. The ordinance before you has evolved since the last time we saw this item. At the last item, staff was directed to retire both MU4 and mixed-use core and establish the new mixed-use downtown zoning district. Stanley, if you could please pull up the presentation and just move directly to slide 2. Thank you. So that is exactly what is within this ordinance in front of you. It does retire mixed-use core and MU4, and that is done by calling them predecessors of the new mixed-use downtown. One of the benefits of establishing this new district is that we get to create some of the entitlement standards as a whole instead of picking out one or two of them. So this new mixed-use district does a few things. It reduces the overall height maximum in the city to 85 feet. As a reminder, mixed-use core was at 150 feet. It does reduce density from the current maximum of 80 units per acre to 70 units per acre. And it also reduces the FAR, which is overall buildable area, from 4.0 to 3.5.0. This would become the new most intense district in the city, with the exception of anything that is currently zoned or designated as mixed-use core or mixed-use 4. The intent of this district is also to act as a transition from those core already established properties to the neighboring properties, whether they're MU4 or MU3. Next steps for this item, this will have to come back for a second reading, and after it is established, staff will do a second ordinance, which essentially amends the remaining LDR sections to be consistent with this section. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Radigan. Questions from my colleagues on the dais? Commissioner Turkin?
Thank you very much for bringing this forward. Been a long discussion.
My pleasure.
My only question is, and I guess this is really more for my colleagues, is, I see the densities at 7. I'd recommend going to 60. And we just sat and listened for an hour about our infrastructure and how we're behind, and we need tens of millions of dollars for stormwater repair, roads, and multiple other things. I think it's responsible to control what impacts that, and reducing density does impact that. So that is my only recommendation, is looking at that density of 60 units per acre.
All right, anything else from my colleagues?
Well, I really don't have a problem with the 70 myself, I hear what's being said, but we're bringing it down from what it could have been, and to reduce that to another about 10 again in the MUDT. I don't know. I would have to have some more input on that. Right now, I'm satisfied with the 7-0.
All right, next, Vice Mayor Cruz.
I have a question for staff. With whatever density is decided upon, in regard to the new downtown district, what can be done? For example, let's talk about affordability, increase in density. If we were to bring this down to 60 or keep it at 70, how much more density can a developer legally build additional to whatever we decide today?
I'm sorry, just to clarify your question, are you asking about possible bonuses?
Yep.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. So currently we do have a workforce housing program that allows for a 25% increase in maximum density. That is relative to whatever the base density is. So the way the current program would work is if you have 60, you get 25% above 60. However, there is room to amend that program. And what we are changing right now is zoning. What we are not changing is land use. Within that land use category, which again is not developable rights, it's kind of the underlying overall maximum that we can use for whatever we need to use it for on property, it still maintains the 100 units per acre. That is reminiscent of a maximum of 80 units per acre, which was mixed use core, and the 25% density bonus that was allowed in various programs. So making the overall buildable maximum, if they participate in programs, 100 versus 80. That program could be amended to increase density bonuses from the existing 25% to 30% or 35%, or to make up the difference if that's something that this commission or future commissions decide to do.
So with that being said, with the current regulations, I did the percentage, and from 60 units an acre, it would be another 15. So if it were to go to 60 units per acre, the maximum with the affordability would be 75 units per acre, correct?
Yeah. And that's
That being
only with
said-
participation within that program. And we do have one other program, which is the half units specific to downtown also, which allows for a density bonus. Those are the only two ways to get additional density.
Okay. What are half units?
Okay.
I don't want to get into this whole
Yeah,
thing today, but-
it is a workforce strategy to naturally stimulate some affordable units within market rate housing. Essentially what it does is allow for units that are smaller, your 1 bedrooms, your studios, to count as half units when you're counting density to a point of 25% increase. And what that naturally does is create more affordable units in a market rate building.
And I think we've talked about this before privately, but with the affordable housing or the affordable 25% additional, is there a requirement for developers to build, or can they pay into a program? Like, how does that work? And I know that's not what we're dealing with right now, but just it's relevant.
Yes, but it is a tool, and since we have some leftover density and land use, I think it's very, it's applicable to the conversation. Right now, the workforce housing program has several options to participate. The primary two that we've seen utilized has been construction, building those units, or pay in lieu of. Those are the two primary programs. The pay in lieu of program would allow people to opt out of construction and pay based on a per unit basis, according to a calculation in the code. And those funds would go into the housing trust fund, which in turn the city uses to fund housing, affordable housing programs.
Hello? Okay. Okay. With that being said, I would love to talk to you more about that. And I know we're going to, so we definitely want to talk about that. But would like to look into the opportunity of removing the pay in lieu of and just creating a requirement for if you're going to do, workforce housing, like actually build it, because that's the whole point. If you're paying in lieu of, I think it kind of takes away the entire purpose of creating housing, especially now that we're in a housing crisis. So it's just a thought, something that we can start looking into. Obviously, it's not something that we're going to be voting on until, or like that's even going to come up for commission until, if it ever does, it would be down the road. But I just want you guys to know like where my mind is at. To cut it short, with that being said, I would support making the density 60 because we would still have that 25% additional, which is another 15 units per acre, which would really equal to 75 units per acre as the new density maximum. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just a quick question for Amanda for now. How did you come up with 70?
Thank you. Formally, it could be anywhere between 60 and 80, as long as the intensity is following suit in the structure of the code. It is a split between what the two that we have existing. So it's an attempt to retain some entitlements. We all know that entitlements and density is directly related to land value and feasibility of development. So as an attempt to reduce it in correlation with the reduction of the other standards, FAR, heights, but still retain some of the value. It could be 60, it could be 65, it could be 70, it could be 75. These are nuances, and it depends on the direction of the board. I will say that, workforce housing is something that staff has been kind of working in the background, and we'd love to set up meetings to talk to you individually about your goals in this area. I do think that they relate very much to density and how we use some of the entitlements that are, laying with the land use.
Thing, sorry.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Very last thing.
It's fine.
I think and when we think about creating policies, creating rules, laws, whatever you want to call it, like what is the purpose, right? And we're thinking about the purpose of traffic, of how many people we're serving and that sort of thing. And I think that height is relevant, but even more than height, it's the actual density. So that's the reason why I actually, with you and Adam, we met, and when we had our conversation, I said to you guys, like, I would definitely prefer to go with a 60 because we do have that additional 25%, which is another 15. So I'm just explaining to the public why I'm supporting this. And yeah, okay, I'm done.
Thank you.
Commissioner Turkin, we heard from you. Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you. I'm going to just touch on the legal aspects of removing the two zoning districts. I just want to make sure that that all of my questions previously have been answered. But so with these two districts that we're sunsetting, is there a time frame by which those are no longer, I guess, are no longer able to be used, or they're always going to be zoned that way in perpetuity? So I don't want to run into, so many years down the line, there's a sunset date, and now we were good for a certain amount of time, and now we're open.
Yes, thank you. We are not sunsetting these. We're not kicking the can to later. They will exist in perpetuity on the ground and within the zoning code, as long as there are properties that are zoned that. The only kind of imaginative way for them to go away would be if they self-rezoned out of that district, and then there was a reason to remove it from the zoning code. There was literally one line added to the existing zoning districts that said that they are to be considered predecessors to mixed-use downtown, which kind of removes them from rezoning of new property. But they will exist in their whole current form as long as there are property that is using that zoning district.
Now, so to get on the subject of density and this maximum density, staff is recommending 70. What is what are the potential issues or the reasoning behind recommending 70 versus 60? Are we are we running into any issues by reducing it to 60 as opposed to keeping it at 70 where you recommended it?
Yeah, thank you for that. I think that answer really depends on who you ask. I think that the first answer you'll hear from the development community is that density is a direct correlation to the feasibility of the project. And feasibility of the project means we do or we don't get things built. In that sense, it's to err on the side of caution. We can reduce density because the good thing to remember is that this isn't actually going on the ground until someone rezones. So we can reduce and put more density on the zoning district in the future if we'd like. It's just always easier to test new zoning districts making subtle changes and to kind of protect its economic development potential of some of the downtown area. Staff's current proposal tried to reduce the density, but still maintain at least a 20 unit difference to its less intense unit, which is the same difference that we had between MU4 and mixed use core. So MU4 and mixed use core was 60 and 80. So we're preserving that same balance between MU3, which is 50, and the proposed 70.
So it can, the maximum density can be changed and modified as we move forward.
Yes, it would take an ordinance to change it. We obviously want to be careful when we're reducing density for the same reasons that we were careful about reducing height if it is actually applied to property already. But yes, in theory, it could be reduced at a later date. It could also, just a thought, it could also be reduced at the time that we do workforce housing. So if we leave it at 70 now, and there are potential schemes to change how we use workforce housing as a tool to increase density, we could at that point also change the density of mixed use downtown.
Commissioner Kelly, I need to get an understanding of your position, or you're still in debate.
I still am,
Can I say something?
Of course, Vice Mayor. So while she deliberates.
I look at things holistically, and in reality, even though it's at 60, because of the affordability, it's in actuality and in reality 75. If we do 70, in actuality, it's 85. So, I mean,
That assumes that these developers or whomever are participating in the workforce housing program.
Yeah, I would make a couple of comments on the current workforce housing program the way it is. Staff is suggesting an update to that program because it has, I'll be very blunt, kind of holistically been unsuccessful. We haven't had people participate in this program as written. It is cumbersome for a market rate developer to participate, especially in the build portion, because it does require deed restriction, which affects the value of overall property and land. And for the most part, most market rate developers are different than affordable housing developers. So we have had struggles with the existing ordinance. It is something that we want to look at to revamp. But I'm not sure that the assumption that all of these projects will participate in this program is accurate. And I would also say, especially if we're considering removing the pay in lieu of, I do think the pay in lieu of is possible to be used and more likely to be used over the construction, especially in the downtown, just because of the price of property and building.
Commissioner Kelly?
Amanda, I'm glad you brought up that we're going to look into revamping the affordable housing, program and how that works, because it's not working. And so that's kind of one of my concerns is we're not going to get, that's not necessarily going to attract someone just utilizing that. I mean, we know that we've seen where market rate business just wants to come in and build what they want to build. So I feel like maybe down the line as the affordable housing, project and what the benefits that we can offer changes, then that's something to consider. I don't want to make drastic moves that's going to put us in a situation where we're preventing people from coming and preventing those are my opinions. So the reason that staff recommended 70 is because it is less than the highest, but it still gives a benefit to people who want to, developers who want to come, that they're not restricted even further. So those are my thoughts. I don't have a response for you right now as far as where I am. I mean, those are my thoughts, but
I'm a little confused. Listening to what you said, it sounded like you were comfortable with what's proposed. Is that what
Right.
you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure I understood you correctly. Is there anything else from my colleagues?
I mean, yeah, how do I say this? Well, I mean, if we have any sort of regulation or law or opportunity for there to be additional density to any building or construction, in reality, it could be used. It doesn't necessarily mean that every developer will use it, but it is an incentive that will provide us with some funding or something to take as the city for them to build higher density, which obviously we're going to have to, like, we have to think about how it affects everything else. So, and when I say everything else, I mean first responders, I mean infrastructure, like a lot of things that we've talked about before. It's 10 units an acre more. I mean, as far as like our agenda review or our meeting when we had that conversation, I asked a lot of questions and I was seeking to understand if that would be legally permissible, like if it would be a problem to go either 60, 65, 70. And it appears to be that that is within the range of what would be allowable per se.
That is correct. This would be a policy decision up to the board to make.
So I guess my argument would be like, why would we not want to receive payment in lieu of or something additional to the city for additional density and just like give it away for free? For me, it's a win-win.
Well, the additional density, and just to clarify, just because it's specific to the program as it reads now, is 25% of whatever is allowable. So no matter if it's 60, 70, or 80, it's always the program, the way it's written, is 25% of that. So and no matter what the base density is, there is still the opportunity. And that's built into how the land use is working because we allowed for a bonus within the land use. Just to clarify.
Yeah, no, I understood that. Thank you.
So Vice Mayor, just help me understand what exactly is your position?
I wanted to say that I'm good with the 60 because we have the opportunity to go up to 75. And I see it as a waiver. It's always good to have waivers. It's good to have like additional opportunities in places where we're getting something out of it. And, you know, that's kind of how I see it. So I support the 60.
All right, Commissioner Hay, then we'll go back to Commissioner Kelly, then Turkin. Commissioner Hay?
I support staff recommendation of the 70.
All right, excellent. Commissioner Kelly, then Commissioner Turkin.
I guess my only, I mean, if we're talking about two different things, we're talking about infrastructure being compromised and not being able to handle it, but then we're wanting to give it a, you know, still offer it. It's almost like, you know, what's the true argument? If it's that the infrastructure can't handle the density, then I can wrap my head around that. But if we're saying we just want to use it as a negotiating tool, then, you know, that's a different conversation. I can get behind something if we're totally saying it's for infrastructure purposes and the city can't handle it. But if we're just using it to dangle to possibly get a developer to come in and possibly agree to do affordable housing, I want us to, you know, what's the what's the main goal here? Is it to not, maximize our infrastructure, or is it to have a negotiating tool with, for affordable housing? So
If I could also add, just to be clear that whenever new construction comes in, no matter the density or the zoning district, every single piece of new property development does go through a concurrency review. That concurrency review measures their impact on existing infrastructure, and they are responsible for that impact on existing infrastructure. That impact changes based on the intensity of development. So if you are developing 100 units, you are paying for impact for those 100 units, and those monies go into those areas of impact. And that is true for whatever the intensity
Like what areas
is.
of impact? You're talking about the road, sewer? What are you referring to?
All the above: traffic, road, sewers, road improvements, utility improvements, any impact that a project is having on infrastructure, they are responsible for mitigating. A project cannot get approved if the city cannot handle the intensity of that project. And that is built into the DART review the way it stands now. So it's either we say, yes, we can handle it, there is no need for improvements, or a reviewer from the respective departments will respond by saying XYZ improvements are required in order for this project to be built.
All right, Commissioner Turkin.
So I think the vice mayor made a lot of good points. And a lot of these points have already been discussed. I've brought them up many times. I'm very passionate about this. One thing that you said, Amanda, about the density was it's who you ask. Who goes out to the polls and votes for us? It's not developers. It's the people that live in the city. Majority of this new district is in my district. And when I campaigned, and when I speak with some people in Leaderville and other parts of the city, people don't like that they have to go and wait in traffic. They don't like the density. Developers love it, right? Of course, they're going to make money. And so when I hear, oh, we're going to miss an opportunity, I said it before, we're not going to. There's a lot of development going on in South Florida and Palm Beach County. The demand is there, and we don't have much left to give, and I think we need to be responsible with that. We're understaffed as a police department, and I know the police chief is doing a great job with working on that. But if we can be proactive and control what we can control to help our residents, whether it's infrastructure, public safety, workforce housing, like I see a win-win-win here with, reducing the density. We talk about the pay in lieu of, it's a tool. I don't think it's a negotiation tactic, but it's a resource that we have that if we do have a good project that comes, we have the ability to demand what we want in our city for our constituents, not the other way around. We should be reaching out and hearing what, this community wants to see. And I know for myself, the most common thing I heard was that nightmare Riverwalk. A lot of people are concerned with that specific development because nobody can get in to those little businesses and park there. And when they have a parking garage, that'll be great. But what happens when people in Leaderville or people in District 4 or people in District 2, call for a service and that service is late for whatever reason because of the roads or because there's too many calls of service going out? I think we need to, again, I've said this before, we need to loosen up on the throttle, and this is a good way to do it. And again, like the vice mayor said, it's 75 acres with that workforce housing program. We have one that's going through site plan, I think now, the Pierce, right? So that's who's to say that there's not going to be other projects that follow that. There's a lot of stuff moving in the city. So I think again, we want to be in control of what we're giving, not the other way around. And so if no one, go ahead.
Oh, Commissioner, just finish, please.
Yeah, no, Just want to entertain the motion.
All right, Vice Mayor?
Amanda, so when we talk about the affordable housing fee, I would like to find out eventually, maybe not today, but eventually, like how much money do we have in that fund? And what legally permissible ways we have to spend those funds? Because I see it as an opportunity to get a fee paid out to us, like get something out of it for the city, which can be paid even if they're not building affordable housing per se. They have to pay into that fund to get that additional density, which is the whole purpose of it. Then we can use that money to fund other projects that are going to be beneficial to the city. So that's why I'm supporting it. Like for me, it makes common sense. 60 units per acre is still significant density. 75 is even more. So having something where we can build, let's say, with the assumption that a developer or a builder, whatever, wants to build or wants to have additional density, then they would need to pay into that fund and the city would get something out of it instead of just letting it be just because. So again, it's within the range as far as I understood from our conversation in our one-on-one. As far as I understood, it's within the 60 to 80 range or whatever the next level was for a zoning district. So, I mean, to me, it makes common sense. In order for me to support something, it has to make sense logically in my brain, my analytical brain, and this makes sense to me. I think it's a win-win situation. And even if we wanted to get more density of which could potentially be 75, we would actually get a fee for that instead of getting nothing. And I think that's what's right for the city. That's my opinion. You guys don't have to agree with me, but that's just my 2 cents.
Commissioner Turkin, were you about to say something?
Do you have anything else, Mayor? Or?
Oh, no, I wanted to make sure that all of you had spoken. I know Commissioner Turkin, you've spoken about density in the past. What I did not know today is you were going to suggest 60. And so I do feel a little bit surprised by that because I had not studied or prepared for 60 and what that means. I haven't asked staff what are the implications. So if I had known that in advance, it would have been an easier yes. What I do know is based on what she just said and looking at the picture, 70 is the compromise between 80 and 60. So, compromises are a good thing. And this is just a baseline. So if we can adjust in the future, I think we can. So at this moment, just hearing it now and haven't really had a chance to talk to staff about the implications of this. And I think Vice Mayor Cruz might be onto something, but again, I haven't talked to anybody. I'm going to support current staff recommendations, but if I have a conversation with staff and there's actually really beneficial impacts, then yeah, I might change my mind. But for now, I'm just going to say I'm going to support staff recommendation based on what I currently know.
Mayor,
Yes,
I
Commissioner
do
Hay.
agree with that logic. I'm not, it's not sealing concrete with me at this point. But at this point, with what I know and the limited conversation that I've had with staff, I'm going to support staff. It does not say that I couldn't change my mind. Okay. Once I talk more with them and find out more information, I may be going the vice mayor's way. I don't know yet, but at my position right now with what I know, okay, I have the vote for me to be comfortable and go along with staff recommendation at this point.
The upside, Commissioner Turkin, is that it's only first reading, so it's not final.
Yeah. So I'm going to make a motion to approve this with the density to be 60 acres or 60 units per acre.
All right, we have a motion to approve this item, but 1 second, because this is a proposed ordinance, and I wanted to hear public comment on this. Excuse me, this is first reading, so there's no public comment. And so, all right, we have a motion. Is there a second to this motion? And this motion is to approve this as, not as presented, but with that amendment of moving the density to 60 units per acre. Do we have a All right, so is that a second? Because if somebody seconds, then we'll have a discussion.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a second for discussion, and so go ahead, Vice Mayor Cruz.
So, for the attorney, because obviously, like, I don't want to support something that could create, like a legal situation. So again, when we had the meeting with Adam and Amanda, I asked a lot of questions, and some of those questions was me seeking to understand the different levels of density, the different levels of like different zoning districts and stuff like that. And within those conversations, I understood that whether it was 60 or 70, it would be legally within the same zoning district per se, and it would kind of have the same legality as whether it's 60 or 70. That was my understanding, and that's why I was, supporting this. So I just want to confirm that with the attorney, like, is that the case? Is that not the case? If we have the density from 60 versus 70, does that change anything legally by creating a new zoning district in which nothing has ever been built before?
No, you're establishing this. So whether you do it at 60, 65, 70, you're establishing it. So no one has this right now. So you're not taking anything away from anybody. What you're doing is this new option is being created, but it's going to be created at this height and this density and this FAR. So so at this point, there's no legal implications because nobody has these rights.
And that's the reason why I was supporting, because I ask a lot of questions in private, and we've had, again, I'm sure you've had conversations with everybody, but my concern was the legality of it. My concern was the density of it. My concern was the additional density that isn't stated, like is not obvious to the eye when you're creating a policy. But when I create a policy, like my brain has to understand like every aspect of it, and knowing that there is that potential ability for there to be that additional 25%, like that could happen. So, I mean, to me, it's a no-brainer. I understand like the questions that my other colleagues might have, but I believe by asking the attorney if this is a potential legal issue, whether it's 60, 65, or 70, because we're creating a new zoning district and it's within a new area of which has never been developed before. Therefore, we're not having a legal taking. Therefore, it's not a Bert Harris. Therefore, it's not everything that we were concerned with. I don't see a problem with doing 60, with having the additional 25% for affordability, which would really bring it, not everyone, but it could bring the potential for a 75 density, which to me seems pretty fair. And so that I just wanted to confirm with legal that I wasn't like doing something that was dangerous or potentially questionable. Okay, I'm done.
All right, council, do you still recommend a roll call vote in this case? We have a motion and a second. Right.
It's an ordinance, so you do roll call votes and ordinances, and if the motion, you just vote on the motion.
All right, so the motion is to approve the item with the amendment of moving density to 60 units per acre. We have a motion from Commissioner Turkin and a second from Vice Mayor Cruz. Madam Clerk, please begin the roll call vote.
Commissioner Kelly,
No.
Commissioner Turkin,
Yes.
Commissioner Hay,
No.
Vice Mayor Cruz,
Yes.
Mayor Penserga.
No.
A roll call vote, the motion did not pass.
Okay. All right. So with that being said, at this time, I'll take another motion to approve the item as is, as
70.
presented.
That's 70.
At 70, yes.
Oh, yeah.
I said as is, as presented.
So move. I make that motion
All right.
to approve staff recommendation at 70.
All right. We have a motion from Commissioner Hay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. We have a second from Commissioner Kelly. All right. Let's begin the roll call vote. Again, this is the motion to approve as presented.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Turkin,
Nay.
Commissioner Hay,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Cruz,
I mean, it's gonna pass anyway. We know this.
Yeah. Yeah, I want some.
All right, let's proceed with the voting, please.
Vice Mayor Cruz,
I'm gonna say no.
Mayor Penserga.
Yes.
In a roll call vote, the motion passed 3-2.
All right.
So let me ask, so I heard that we wanted to look into this more. When it gets to second reading, when you guys talk to staff, like you said, Commissioner Hay, what does that second reading look like? Can we amend it again?
Yes, you can. I mean, the title establishes what you're changing. It doesn't have the specific
Okay.
FAR
What I was
density, whatever in it. So if on second reading, you adopt the ordinance, but amended to reflect the different
And-
density, that
And
would,
would it need to go back to another first? Okay.
No.
Okay.
no, it would not.
Okay, good. All right, I believe that concludes all of the agenda items. Let me double check I didn't miss anything. Are there any final comments to close out the evening from my colleagues? Commissioner Hay, would you like to begin final comments for the evening? If you have any.
Enjoy your holidays.
Okay.
Enjoy your family. Okay. And I don't have any other closing comments.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor Cruz? All right. Commissioner Turkin? All right, Commissioner Kelly?
Do you mind me, it popped into my head in the middle of the meeting to add on future agenda items, an update on the eco park?
Oh, I think that's a good thing. Let's get an update from Eco Park or about the Eco Park. Yes, Vice Mayor Cruz.
Nah, I'll just have a private meeting with him. I
Okay.
was gonna talk about the affordability
All right.
but I'll work with her and then I'll
All
bring
right.
it
You
back.
can always come back. If there's anything else, if there's nothing else, I should say, may I have a motion to it?
Well-
There is something else. I hope.
Well,
every time I think
sorry,
we're done,
no,
we're
I
done.
mean,
Go ahead.
no, I'm just on what Vice Mayor was bringing up with the, Amanda talked about, revamping the affordable housing initiative and what we do. And I think it's important moving forward, what we offer. And so I would like to add it to future agenda items, maybe not with a specific date, knowing that but I want it on our radar that we need to talk about it. And I'm not, because of what, is going on right now with downtown, I think it's important that we know what we're offering and what's being used and not used, what we can maybe revamp or change to make it more appealing to people, that then still protects us and the residents, but it offers something that's actually going to be utilized.
Yeah.
So I
wanted to add it, but I was gonna have that conversation and get like an actual like policy-ish per se, but that's fine. We can put it in a.
Right, well, because what happens is each one of us has private conversations with city staff. And then we come to these meetings not knowing where each other are. And if we don't put it on the agenda and it doesn't, then you can have a private conversation, I can have a private conversation, and nobody knows what each other is thinking. So let's put it on the agenda is my thought. And then that way we keep this discussion going because it's important.
All right, just to clarify, we have the Eco Park update. And how would you summarize this? This is the
Affordable housing,
ordinance. This is the workforce.
policy.
This is you're referring to the workforce housing ordinance, right?
Yes.
All right, absolutely. Just want to make sure that's super clear.
Yeah.
All right, so we look forward to those updates. All right, thank you, everybody. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, this meeting is adjourned. Have a good night.
All right.